Chosen one. Stop scrolling. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you, so this moment cannot be wasted. You are not here by coincidence, nor by algorithm. This Thursday is not just another day on a calendar, it is your turning point, your divine appointment. While the world rushes past in noise and distraction, you are being set apart. You are not like the rest. You are chosen. You have survived nights when you thought you would break. Every tear shed in silence has been counted. Every lonely hour, every rejection, every moment of betrayal, it has all been preparing you for this very hour. You have been refined, not destroyed, hidden, not abandoned, misunderstood, but never forgotten. This is the mark of the chosen. Others may look at you and only see the struggle, but heaven sees a warrior rising. The enemy thought you would quit. He thought despair would silence you. He thought rejection would bury you. But the truth is, your scars are becoming your testimony. Your valley is becoming your altar. And your story is about to become the very weapon that terrifies the darkness. Listen carefully. This day is not ordinary. Thursday has been marked in heaven as a threshold for you. A shift is happening now. Where you once saw only walls, you will begin to see doors. Where you once felt weakness, strength will surge. Where you once walked with hesitation, clarity will carry you forward. You have felt it before, the whisper that you are meant for more. The quiet conviction that your life carries weight beyond your years. That whisper is not your imagination. It is the echo of eternity inside you. You are here because heaven has chosen you to carry light where others only see shadows. Do not let the voices of doubt chain you any longer. Do not let fear dictate your pace. Do not let rejection define your worth. Today is a day to step out of hesitation and into holy certainty. The sacred text declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will not faint." Let these words settle into your bones. You are not weary to the point of collapse. You are weary because the weight of destiny has been pressing against you. But now, the time has come for your wings to open. This is the renewal you have been waiting for. Chosen one. Thursday is your launch. This is the day you begin to fly above the noise, above the chaos, above the patterns that tried to trap you. Every chain that mocked your potential will break when you step into obedience. Every lie that told you you're not enough will crumble when you stand tall in your calling. This is not a message of comfort alone. It is a trumpet of awakening. The Spirit calls you to rise, to move, to step into what has been prepared for you. No longer will you blend in. No longer will you delay. Heaven is saying, move now. Beloved, you were chosen to disrupt darkness. You are an answer to someone's prayer. You are a torchbearer in your family line. The one who will break cycles. The one who will start new legacies. This is why you have been attacked so fiercely. The enemy always attacks what carries the greatest threat. But you will not be stopped. You will not be silenced. You will not be delayed. The crown has been prepared. And though it may feel heavy, it has been fitted for your head. Heaven does not make mistakes. Pause now. Chosen one. And breathe in this truth. You are not walking into this day alone. Angels walk beside you. Heaven intercedes for you. The Spirit strengthens you. Every step you take now is multiplied in impact. Do not underestimate the power of obedience today. One act of faith can shift generations. One moment of courage can rewrite your entire story. One yes to heaven can change everything. Beloved, Thursday is not just lucky, it is holy. It is your appointment with breakthrough. You are standing at the threshold. The door is open. All that remains is your step of faith. If this word resonates in your spirit, like, share, and comment below so this message can reach every other chosen one who needs it. And if you haven't yet, subscribe now, because more words of fire and life are coming that you cannot afford to miss. This is your moment. This is your day. Comment the prophetic number 777 right now as a declaration. I step into my destiny. Chosen one. You carry wounds that few have seen. You have smiled in public while bleeding in private. You have carried weight that others never knew, pressed upon your shoulders. The hidden places of your soul bear scars from battles that seemed invisible to everyone else, but not to God. Heaven has tracked every blow, every insult, every tear. Every night you cried out for relief. You have wondered why certain pains never healed, why certain memories still rise up to torment you, why certain disappointments seem to resurface at the quietest times. It is because these wounds were never ordinary scratches of life. They were deep strikes against your destiny. The enemy wanted to fracture you at the core, to leave you limping into your calling, doubting your worth, questioning your very identity. But hear me, even the hidden wound has an appointed hour of healing, and that hour has arrived. This is why you are here now, hearing these words, feeling that stirring inside you that this is not just inspiration, it is surgery of the soul. You are being healed, not by chance, but by design. For so long, you learned to live with the ache, to normalize the pain, to mask it with busyness or silence. Yet God never designed you to carry this wound forever. You were not meant to limp through your calling. You were meant to run with endurance, to stand with strength, to walk in freedom. There is something holy in your scars. The very place where you bled is the place where light will pour forth. The pain that once seemed unbearable is becoming the testimony that others will cling to for hope. Do not despise what you endured. It is being transformed. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 30, verse 17. For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord. Chosen one. Restoration is not only possible, it is promised. The wound that lingered the longest will be the place where the glory of God shines brightest. You are not defined by what broke you, but by the one who now binds you up. Think of the broken pottery restored by golden seams in the ancient art of kintsugi. What was once cracked becomes more valuable, more beautiful, more unique because of the very lines of its fracture. So it is with you. The wound does not disqualify you, it qualifies you. It is the mark of authenticity, the evidence that you have walked through fire and emerged with proof of survival. You may wonder, but why did I have to go through so much? Why was the pain so deep? Why did others not have to suffer the same way? The answer, beloved, is because you are chosen for depth. Ordinary lives cannot carry extraordinary callings. The roots of your destiny run deep, and deep roots require deep breaking of the ground. Even now, As the words meet your spirit, you feel a quiet release, a loosening of the chain, a softening of the scar tissue that once felt immovable. That is the divine touch of healing at work. This is not a temporary relief. This is a permanent restoration. You will not just feel better for a moment. You will walk differently from this point onward. Healing often begins in secret, before anyone else notices. Heaven has already begun its work in you. What seemed like weakness is becoming strength. What seemed like failure is becoming wisdom. What seemed like loss is becoming foundation. The wound has been the place of God's greatest investment in your life. Chosen one, you must understand that even the hidden wound has been prophetic. It pointed to your unique assignment. Where you bled, you will bring healing. Where you cried, you will bring comfort. Where you were rejected, you will welcome others in. Where you were overlooked, you will see the unseen. Every pain has been training. Every wound has been shaping. Every scar has been writing your mission. There is no wasted suffering in the life of the chosen. None. What the enemy meant for harm is being turned for good. The story you thought would disqualify you is the very story that heaven will amplify. The wound that shamed you will become the platform that crowns you. This is why you survived. This is why you are still standing. This is why you are hearing this now. Because your healing is not only for you, it is for the many who will find freedom through your testimony. The day will come when you will look back at the wound and weep, not with sorrow, but with gratitude. You will say, "If I had not been wounded there, I would not have been anointed here." The wound is the evidence that you were trusted with more than others could handle. So, take courage. Beloved, do not be ashamed of the hidden places of your pain. God is touching them even now, bringing light where there was darkness, bringing peace where there was torment, bringing joy where there was despair. The wound is closing, the scar is forming, and the story is being rewritten, and you will find yourself speaking life to others, telling them, "I was there once too, but look at me now. I am healed. I am whole. I am chosen." That will be the ripple effect of your healing. Countless lives lifted because you dared to let God mend what was broken. Chosen one. The wound no longer defines you. Healing defines you. Restoration defines you. Destiny defines you. What was hidden in pain is now revealed in glory. Chosen one. Do not be surprised when tests come suddenly. The very moment you begin to walk with confidence in your calling, the shadows stir, and resistance arises. The first test does not come dressed in obvious darkness. It comes quietly, almost deceptively, as though it were harmless. This is why so many stumble. The enemy rarely begins with a storm. He begins with a whisper. You may feel it as a suggestion that seems small. Delay until tomorrow. You may hear it as a voice saying, "You don't have to move now." Or it may appear as an opportunity that looks good, but does not align with the conviction in your spirit. This, chosen one, is the first test, to discern between what looks safe and what is truly divine. Every chosen one has a moment when the subtle test arrives. Adam and Eve faced it with fruit that looked desirable. Samson faced it with a relationship that looked appealing. Jesus himself faced it in the wilderness with offers that seemed powerful. The test is never about the surface. It is always about your allegiance, your obedience, and your clarity of vision. The danger of this first test is not that it looks destructive, but that it looks comfortable. It appeals to the tired part of you, the part that has been longing for relief, affirmation, or validation. It whispers, "Take the shortcut. Settle for this. Choose the easier way." But chosen one, your destiny does not lie on the path of least resistance. Your crown is not found in compromise. And here is the truth that heaven wants you to grasp. Shortcuts always cost more in the end. What looks like an escape today becomes a prison tomorrow. What looks like comfort now becomes bondage later. But obedience, though costly in the moment, unlocks blessings that last for generations. As the ancient words recorded in Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 12 declare, "There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death." This is why discernment matters. The first test is not about dramatic choices of good versus evil. It is about recognizing the counterfeit that looks like truth. And here is the beautiful secret. The very fact that you are tested is proof of your progress. Tests are not given to those sitting idle. They are given to those advancing. If you feel resistance now, it is only because you are moving forward. So, how do you overcome this first test? By pausing long enough to listen for the voice of God. Temptation rushes you. Fear pressures you. Lies push you into hasty decisions. But the Spirit brings peace. Even in urgency, the Spirit does not shout in panic. It whispers in clarity. If you feel agitation, step back. If you sense unrest, wait. If your spirit grows quiet and strong in a choice, move forward. The first test also reveals something about you, the strength of your focus. Where your eyes linger, your steps will follow. If you keep your eyes fixed on the fleeting, you will stumble. But if you fix your gaze on eternity, you will stand. This is why the enemy tries to capture your attention with distractions. If he can pull your focus, he can pull your destiny. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. Every test is also an announcement. It announces that you are close to advancement. The test is a threshold. Pass it, and you will step into greater authority. Fail it, and the cycle repeats until you are ready. Do not see the test as punishment. See it as promotion disguised in difficulty. Remember this: temptation comes not to expose your weakness, but to reveal your strength. The very area where you are tested most is often the very area where your calling will shine brightest. If the test is about your voice, it is because your words carry weight. If the test is about your integrity, it is because your legacy depends on it. If the test is about patience, it is because your timing carries divine importance. The first test is the smallest door, but it opens into vast chambers of destiny. If you can be faithful here, heaven can trust you with more. If you compromise here, heaven will wait. Not because you are forgotten, but because your crown cannot rest on a divided head. So today, when the subtle temptation comes, and it will remember who you are not ordinary. You are chosen. You were not saved to settle. You were not called to compromise. You were set apart to carry light into the world. Your test today is the key to your testimony tomorrow. And when the whisper says, "Take the easy road," you will answer with the silence of refusal and the strength of obedience. That is how you terrify the darkness, by not giving it the satisfaction of your surrender. Now, chosen one, pause and seal this word with a response. Comment below these 3 words: I choose truth. Let this not be casual typing, but a declaration of your soul. Every word you release into the open space is a seed. And when you type these words, you are planting an unshakable decision into the soil of your destiny. When you declare it, you are not just writing letters on a screen, you are making your stand in the invisible realm. You are saying to every temptation, "You will not have me." You are saying to heaven, "I align with you." You are saying to your own heart, "I will not waver." These words become your banner over the battlefield of your thoughts. Chosen one, the first test has come. You are ready. You are equipped. You are not alone. Angels are assigned to you. The Spirit fills you, and heaven's hand rests upon you. The test is only a sign of the crown waiting just ahead. Walk with courage, stand with faith, and declare with boldness, you will pass this test. Chosen one. Memory has power. Some memories haunt, some inspire, some linger like shadows, and some shine like burning lamps in the dark. There are moments you thought were forgotten, moments buried beneath the noise of life. Yet heaven never forgets what it has spoken over you. And now, at this turning point, the memory of the promise returns to you. You may not remember the exact day or the exact place, but your spirit remembers. It remembers the whisper in the night when you almost gave up, and suddenly peace wrapped around you. It remembers the unshakable assurance you once felt, even when circumstances screamed the opposite. It remembers the time a verse leapt off the page, as if the words were written only for you. These memories are not accidents. They are anchors. When storms rise, when doubts roar, when confusion clouds your mind, it is the memory of the promise that steadies you. Even when your feelings waver, the promise stands. Even when your strength falters, the promise holds. The enemy has tried hard to cloud your memory. He has tried to drown out the echoes of heaven with noise, fear, and distraction. He has whispered, "Did God really say?" He has tried to twist your perception until the promise seemed like wishful thinking. But chosen one, listen closely. What heaven speaks does not expire. The promise has no shelf life. It remains unbroken, unshaken, waiting for its appointed time. Think back to the moments when God revealed glimpses of your destiny. Perhaps it was a dream that felt too vivid to ignore. Perhaps it was a prophecy that struck your heart like fire. Perhaps it was a small sign in an ordinary moment that left you trembling with certainty. Those glimpses were not random, they were deposits of truth. Reminders placed in your memory so that when the test arrived, you would not forget who you are. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak, and not lie, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry." End quote. Beloved, the promise does not lie. You may feel delayed, but you are not denied. You may feel stretched, but you are not abandoned. Delay is not denial, it is preparation. The soil must be broken before the seed bursts forth. The foundation must be laid before the building rises. The heart must be refined before the crown rests upon it. Do not despise the waiting. The waiting is where the roots grow deep. The waiting is where the faith is forged. The waiting is where you are shaped into the vessel that can carry what was promised. Without waiting, the weight of the promise would crush you. With waiting, the promise becomes your strength. The memory of the promise is also your weapon. When the enemy attacks, remind him of what God has spoken. When fear presses in, recall the word that first lit your soul on fire. When doubts surround you, rehearse the vision again and again. Say it aloud if you must. Write it down if it shakes you. Sing it if it stirs you. The promise repeated becomes the anthem that silences every lie. Think of Abraham, who was promised descendants as numerous as the stars, even though his body was as good as dead. Think of Joseph, who was promised greatness through dreams, but found himself in a pit and a prison before he ever saw a palace. Think of David, anointed king, yet hunted like prey for years before the throne was his. All of them faced delays. All of them faced discouragement. All of them clung to the memory of the promise, and not one promise failed. You, too, are in that lineage of faith. The same God who fulfilled promises for them will fulfill his word to you. Heaven does not tease with visions. Heaven does not play with destiny. When God speaks, reality must eventually bow. Beloved chosen one, let your mind walk back now through the corridors of memory. Recall the first time you felt chosen. Recall the time you felt undeniable clarity about your path. Recall the whispers that came not from man, but from above. Let those memories fuel your present resolve. For every tear you shed, the promise still stands. For every night you doubted, the promise still stands. For every betrayal you endured, the promise still stands. Nothing, no delay, no lie, no failure can erase the ink heaven used to write your destiny. Your role is simple: remember and believe. To remember is to honor. To believe is to activate. And when remembrance and belief meet, the promise quickens. The waiting becomes lighter. The doubts lose their voice. The heart grows steady, anchored in eternal truth. Do not underestimate the power of memory. It is a weapon sharpened in silence, a shield raised in the storm. Memory connects you to what was spoken long before the battle began, and the enemy cannot steal what heaven has sealed. So today, walk with assurance. The promise is alive. It is pulsing in your spirit. It is working in unseen places. Even when you feel nothing, even when you see nothing, the promise is unfolding. Your responsibility is to keep your eyes fixed, your heart steady, your faith unbroken. One day soon, the memory of the promise will no longer be a memory. It will be reality. What you recalled in whispers, you will shout in triumph. What you carried as hope, you will hold as substance. What you once repeated to yourself in faith, you will declare openly as testimony. Until then, chosen one, guard the memory of the promise. Nurture it. Speak it. Write it. Let no one and nothing steal it from you. The vision is set. The time is appointed. And the God who spoke it is faithful. Chosen one, the hour has come for the stirring within you to ignite. You have endured the wound, faced the test, and remembered the promise. Now, something deeper awakens a surge of power, a holy activation that no darkness can suppress. It is as if heaven itself breathes into your spirit, setting aflame the gifts that have lain dormant. This is not a mere emotional rise, not a fleeting moment of motivation. It is a divine ignition. You feel it in your chest, a warmth that expands until your whole being quivers with expectancy. The presence you carry is not ordinary. It is charged. The anointing upon you is not weak. It is weighty. Every step you take from here radiates an invisible current that disrupts the atmosphere. Beloved, you are stepping into the hour of activation. Heaven has been preparing this moment for you, not only so you would survive, but so you would thrive. Everything that once felt like loss now transforms into fuel. Every trial becomes testimony. Every hidden place of prayer now manifests as public strength. This is the exchange that only the chosen experience. Ashes for beauty, mourning for joy, despair for praise. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life, of whom shall I be afraid? This is the power you carry, not fear, not trembling, not uncertainty, but light, salvation, and strength. The kind of strength that does not come from personality or ambition, but from the Lord Himself. That is why no darkness can stand against you. That is why every room shifts when you enter. That is why even your silence becomes a weapon. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your activation is not only for your benefit, it is for those around you. Your family will feel it. Your friends will sense it. Even strangers will notice a difference in your countenance. You will walk into a room and people will feel peace without knowing why. You will speak a word in passing, and it will linger in hearts like prophecy. This is the nature of the chosen. You are a carrier, a vessel, a living testimony of divine power. And because this activation is so precious, it must be stewarded well. Do not rush. Do not flaunt. Do not use what has been given for your own glory. The gifts are not toys, they are tools. They are weapons for battle, instruments for healing, vessels for transformation. Heaven gives only to those it can trust. You have been entrusted. Beloved, this is where I pause and speak to you from a place of deep sincerity. What is stirring here is not meant to fade when the video ends or the voice stops. You need to stay connected to the flow of messages that keep your spirit aligned. If you feel this fire burning in you now, take a moment, share, and subscribe. Not because it helps me, but because it strengthens you. Each act keeps you tethered to the river of words that will continue shaping your journey. Think of it as building an altar. Every like, every share, every subscription is a stone placed in remembrance of this holy activation. Do not underestimate the simplicity of that act. Small obediences open great doors, just as a whisper of yes can change eternity. A click in faith can bind you to a stream of ongoing anointing. You need reminders. You need alignment. You need the community of other chosen ones walking beside you. And that is what these connections provide. Now, return with me to the fire of this moment. What you feel inside you right now is not fragile, it is fierce. It is not temporary, it is eternal. The Spirit has set a seal upon you, and no power can erase it. The authority you carry is rising like the dawn, and soon it will blaze like the noon sun. But with power comes responsibility. Do not mistake activation for completion. This is only the beginning. A warrior does not polish their sword to admire it, they sharpen it to use it. You are being sharpened. Every discipline you embrace, now prayer, fasting, worship, study becomes the whetstone on which your blade grows keener. Your words will cut through lies. Your presence will slice through despair. Your actions will pierce the darkness with unrelenting light. Chosen one, know this. The world is desperate for what you carry. There are souls waiting for your yes. There are chains waiting for your touch to break. There are prayers rising even now that heaven intends to answer through you. This is why you cannot shrink back. This is why you cannot delay. You must walk boldly in the power that has been activated within you. And yes, the enemy will notice. He fears what you carry. He will try again to whisper, to distract, to tempt you into compromise. But remember this, he cannot extinguish what God himself has ignited. The flame within you is untouchable. The anointing upon you is unshakable. You do not carry a spark that can be blown out. You carry a fire that consumes. This activation also marks a shift in your identity. You are no longer simply one who believes. You are one who demonstrates. You are no longer just surviving. You are thriving. You are no longer hidden in shadows. You are rising in light. Heaven has marked you publicly. The mantle is visible now. Those who once overlooked you will have no choice but to see. Those who once doubted you will watch in awe, not because of you, but because of the God who burns through you. So, chosen one, stand tall. Lift your head. Let your voice carry. Let your hands heal. Let your steps advance. The power has been activated. The gifts are alive. The anointing flows freely. This is your moment to shine, not for your own glory, but as a reflection of the one who called you. And when you feel the weight of this power, remember, it was never meant to crush you but to carry you. The same spirit that activates you also sustains you. You will not burn out, because you are not fueled by your own strength. You are fueled by eternal fire, unquenchable and inexhaustible. So, walk forth. Beloved, Thursday marked your calling. Now the days ahead will reveal your strength. Carry the fire boldly. Wield the power wisely. And let your life declare the majesty of the one who chose you. Chosen one, today the veil lifts. What was hidden in shadows begins to show itself clearly. The schemes of darkness are never creative. They are repetitive. Recycled lies dressed in new disguises. But when revelation comes, the disguises fall away. And what once seemed confusing suddenly becomes obvious. That is what is happening now. The dark scheme is being exposed. For too long, you have felt the weight of invisible resistance. Doors seemed to close without reason. Relationships crumbled at the moment you most needed them. Opportunities vanished as though snatched away by unseen hands. These were not random misfortunes. They were orchestrated attempts to derail you from your calling. But here is the truth. Exposure is happening. What once operated in secret is now brought into the light. The enemy thrives in secrecy. He plants lies in whispers, hoping you will nurture them in silence. He hides traps in opportunities, hoping you will walk into them without discernment. He works through fear, hoping you will never question whether the dread you feel is real or fabricated. But chosen one, you carry a light that reveals. Wherever you walk, darkness cannot remain unexposed. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 11, "And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them. This is your charge, not just to avoid darkness, but to confront it." Exposure is not comfortable. It makes people uneasy. It shakes atmospheres. It disrupts patterns that have long been accepted. But exposure is necessary. For what remains hidden will always fester. Healing cannot come without light. Freedom cannot come without truth. Chosen one. The schemes against you have always been about one thing: silencing your light. Darkness fears you. It fears your voice, your influence, your potential. That is why it tried to entangle you with distractions, with cycles of delay, with counterfeit relationships, with confusion. If you had fallen for these traps, you would have dimmed your fire and handed over your authority. But you are awakening now. The light of discernment is rising within you. Let me show you how exposure works. First, it begins with awareness. Suddenly, you realize that certain patterns are not coincidences, they are attacks. You see the same struggle repeating, the same obstacle appearing, the same weight pressing. That is not randomness, it is intentional resistance. Awareness strips the scheme of its camouflage. Next, exposure brings clarity. Where you once blamed yourself, you now see the hand of the enemy. Where you once carried shame, you now recognize a strategy to oppress you. This clarity does not excuse personal responsibility, but it removes false guilt. You are not failing, you are being fought. And if you are being fought, it is because you are valuable. Finally, exposure leads to authority. Once you see the scheme, it loses power over you. What you name, you neutralize. What you expose, you weaken. That is why the enemy fears light. It strips him of his power to manipulate. Once you stand in revelation, you cannot be deceived by the same tactic again. Chosen one. Understand this. The very moment you begin to expose darkness, you step into a higher level of authority. Heaven does not simply want you free, it wants you armed. Your freedom is not just for yourself. It becomes the weapon that frees others. When you testify about the lies that were broken over your life, others find courage to step out of their own chains. But with this power comes responsibility. Exposure must be guided by wisdom and love. You are not called to lash out in anger or bitterness, but to speak truth that liberates. Darkness may hate you for it, but heaven will back you. You will be misunderstood by some, but you will be remembered as a torchbearer by many. Beloved, listen closely. The schemes against you are being revealed, not just so you can escape them, but so you can overcome them. You are not meant to live in fear of hidden attacks. You are meant to walk boldly, knowing you can see through them. You are not a victim of schemes. You are a revealer of truth. Pause now and recognize, where have patterns of resistance shown themselves in your life? What doors have closed strangely? What fears have repeated in cycles? These are the places where exposure is at work. And as you see them, you are already stepping into freedom. And because this moment is sacred, I ask you to act in faith. Comment the prophetic number 444 right now. Do not just type digits on a screen. Declare with your fingers what your spirit is already seeing. The schemes are exposed. And I walk in light. When you release this number, you are aligning with heavenly order. The repetition of 4 reminds you of stability, of foundation, of the unshakable structure God is building in your life. It is a prophetic declaration that no hidden attack can crumble what heaven establishes. It is your agreement that you will not only survive the scheme, you will stand stronger because of it. Do not underestimate the act. To write is to mark. To comment is to declare. To release the number is to testify that you are awake, alert, and aligned with the truth. It may seem simple, but heaven sees the faith in every word you release. Chosen one. The time for blindness is over. The time for confusion has ended. You are stepping into clarity that will frustrate every plan of the enemy. No longer will you walk into traps unaware. No longer will you believe the lies that once weighed you down. No longer will you bow to fear that was built on illusions. You are free because you can see. And once you see, you cannot unsee. That is the gift and the burden of discernment. You will notice things others miss. You will sense danger before it arrives. You will perceive motives behind words. This gift will sometimes feel heavy, but it is holy. It will protect you, guide you, and establish you as a guardian for others. Beloved, hold your head high. The schemes that once frightened you are powerless now. What was hidden is revealed. What was twisted is straightened. What was whispered in darkness is shouted in the light. And you, God's chosen one, walk forward with clarity, with boldness, with authority. Chosen one. Never underestimate the power of quiet obedience. In a world where noise dominates and people measure impact by what is seen, heaven measures by what is done in secret. The most powerful victories often happen not with trumpets and applause, but with simple, steady steps of faith. You may look at your life and think, what I'm doing doesn't matter. No one sees my effort. No one values my sacrifice. No one notices my prayers. Yet heaven says, the smallest act of obedience echoes louder in eternity than the grandest display of human ambition. When you obey quietly, even when no one applauds, you create ripples that will one day become waves. Obedience is the language of love. It is not merely about rules or obligations. It is the way your heart says, I trust you, God, more than I trust myself. Every time you choose obedience, you declare that heaven's voice matters more than human approval, that divine timing matters more than personal convenience, that eternal reward matters more than temporary satisfaction. Consider Abraham, told to leave everything familiar without even knowing the destination. Consider Noah, building an ark for decades with no rain in sight. Consider Mary, who said yes to carrying a savior, though it meant rejection and misunderstanding. None of them sought recognition, all of them sought obedience. And through their simple yes, history was changed. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 5. Verse 33, Ye shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Beloved, notice the promise hidden in this command. Obedience leads to life, wellness, and possession of what is rightfully yours. It is not about deprivation, it is about alignment. When you obey, you align with the flow of heaven. And in that flow, provision and blessing are inevitable. Quiet obedience often feels like sowing seeds in barren ground. You plant without seeing immediate results. You water without visible change. You wait, wondering if your effort has been wasted. But the laws of the Spirit are unshakable. What is sown in faith must bear fruit. Your obedience is never wasted. Heaven never forgets a seed. Perhaps you have been obeying in hidden ways, choosing integrity when compromise looked easier. praying faithfully when answers seemed delayed, forgiving when resentment felt justified. These choices may not have earned applause, but they have built a foundation that no storm can destroy. The unseen faithfulness of today becomes the visible testimony of tomorrow. Quiet obedience also breaks the cycle of pride. When you act without recognition, your heart is purified from the desire to be seen. You learn to value God's approval above man's. This is the kind of obedience that terrifies darkness, because it cannot be manipulated by flattery or discouraged by neglect. The enemy despises your obedience. He would rather you be impressive than faithful, visible than steadfast, praised than pure. He knows that if you trade obedience for recognition, you will build monuments that crumble instead of altars that endure. That is why he tempts you with shortcuts and applause. But you, chosen one, are learning to resist. You are choosing the narrow road where every quiet step resounds in heaven, even when obedience feels costly. Remember that cost is the proof of value. If it cost you nothing, it would not carry weight in eternity. Every tear you shed in obedience, every opportunity you let go of in obedience, every comfort you sacrifice in obedience, all of it becomes treasure, stored where no thief can steal and no moth can destroy. Do not despise the hidden seasons. They are not punishment, they are preparation. Hidden obedience shapes the vessel before the public outpouring. A tree must take root underground before it towers in the open. In the same way, your obedience in the secret place prepares you to carry the weight of your calling when the time comes. Chosen one. Think of the small obediences you are called to today. It may be a prayer whispered before you sleep. It may be a decision to forgive someone who never apologized. It may be choosing honesty in a moment where deception seems easier. These are not small in heaven's eyes. They are sacred acts, building blocks of destiny. There is a beauty in the rhythm of obedience. It steadies you. It anchors you. It reminds you that your worth is not in results but in relationship. You obey because you love, not because you fear, and love-driven obedience has no limit. It grows richer with time, deeper with testing, stronger with trials. Sometimes, you may not even realize the impact of your obedience until years later. You may look back and see how a single decision not to give up opened doors for generations. You may discover that the person you prayed for in silence went on to touch thousands. You may find that your hidden faithfulness built bridges for others you never even met. That is the mystery of obedience. It multiplies beyond your sight. What feels like a single drop in the ocean becomes a wave that touches distant shores. You are not responsible for the wave, you are responsible for the drop, and heaven takes care of the rest. Beloved chosen one, walk forward with peace. Do not grow weary in well-doing. Do not let discouragement silence your faith. Every hidden act matters. Every unseen step counts. Every yes you whisper in obedience writes your legacy in eternal ink. You may not see the full picture now, but heaven sees it clearly. And one day, when the veil is lifted, you will realize that your quiet obedience built a story greater than anything you could have imagined. You will hear the words every chosen one longs for. Well done, good and faithful servant. Until then, keep solving, keep trusting, keep obeying. The unseen obedience of today is the undeniable glory of tomorrow. Chosen one, in the stillness of your spirit, a vision has been placed, a vision of the torch you are destined to carry. This is no ordinary flame. It is not fragile, like a candle flickering in the wind, nor is it temporary like a fire that burns out when the wood is gone. This torch is eternal, burning with divine fire, passed down through generations of those who dared to say yes to heaven's call. And now, it rests in your hands. You may not have realized it before, but every struggle you endured, every tear you shed, every battle you fought has been preparing you to receive this torch. It is heavy, not because it is a burden, but because it carries weight. It carries legacy, authority, and destiny. Heaven does not hand this flame to just anyone. It is entrusted only to those who have been refined by fire themselves. This torch is a symbol of guidance. In a world stumbling through darkness, you are called to be a light bearer, showing the way for those who have lost their path. You do not carry it for yourself alone. You carry it for your family, your community, your generation, and even for those who will come long after you. Your flame will ignite others, and in their light, the world will shift. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 13, verse 21. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud, to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. Beloved, just as Israel was led by the pillar of fire, so you are entrusted to carry the flame in your time. The torch you hold is not merely for comfort, it is for direction. It is a declaration that God's presence goes before you, behind you, and within you. Others will follow the light you carry, even when they do not yet understand its source. Carrying the torch means embracing responsibility. Fire has the power to warm and to destroy, to guide and to consume. How you steward this flame matters. If you guard it, it will blaze brightly. If you neglect it, it will smolder and fade. This is why your discipline, your integrity, and your purity are essential. They are the oil that keeps the flame alive. Chosen one. Let me speak plainly. You cannot carry this torch while clinging to the shadows of your past. The flame demands space, and it cannot coexist with hidden compromises. This is not condemnation, it is a call to consecration. The brighter the light, the more it reveals. The torch you carry will illuminate not only the path for others, but also the hidden corners of your own soul. Allow it to refine you as much as it guides others. You may ask, why me? Why was I chosen for such a weighty task? The answer lies in your story. Those who carry the deepest wounds often carry the brightest flames. Those who know the depths of darkness can shine most brilliantly in the light. You were not chosen because you are flawless. You were chosen because you are willing. Willingness outweighs perfection in the kingdom of heaven. There will be days when the torch feels heavy, days when you wish you could set it down and blend back into the crowd, days when carrying it makes you stand out in ways that feel uncomfortable. But chosen one, remember this: the flame you carry is not sustained by your strength alone. Heaven fuels it. The Spirit breathes into it. Even when your hands tremble, the fire will not die. This torch also represents continuity. You are not the first to carry it, and you will not be the last. Generations before you carried it through persecution, wilderness, and warfare. They passed it forward, knowing that one day it would reach your hands, and one day you too will pass it on, not because you failed to carry it, but because its fire multiplies as it spreads. Your faithfulness ensures that the light does not die with you, but burns brighter through those you ignite. Carrying the torch may sometimes isolate you. Others may not understand why you refuse to compromise, why you keep burning when everyone else has grown cold, why you stand when surrender seems easier. But you must remember, light always seems strange to those who are accustomed to darkness. Do not dim your flame to make others comfortable. Burn unapologetically. Shine without hesitation. Beloved chosen one. Your torch is also a weapon. Darkness fears fire. It recoils at its presence. When you walk into places heavy with despair, your flame pushes back the shadows. When you speak words of life, the fire in your voice dismantles lies. When you lift your hands in prayer, the torch burns higher, consuming every scheme that tried to surround you. This is why the enemy has fought you so fiercely. He saw the torch prepared for you long before you did. He tried to break you before you ever reached for it. He tried to silence you before your voice could ignite others. But what he failed to understand is that the very battles you endured became the sparks that lit your fire. His attacks only made your flame stronger. Now, stand tall with your torch lifted high. Let the world see what heaven has entrusted to you. Do not be afraid of how far the light will reach. Do not be surprised at the lives drawn to it. Fire attracts. Some will come to be warmed, some to be guided, and yes, some to try and extinguish it, but none can succeed. For this torch is not man-made, it is divine. Beloved, let this truth anchor in your spirit. Your torch is more than a symbol. It is a calling. It is an identity. It is a mantle. And with it, you are unstoppable. You will not stumble in darkness, nor will you lead others astray. You will walk with clarity, with courage, with conviction, because the flame within you was lit by the breath of God Himself. So carry it faithfully. Chosen one, guard it with prayer, feed it with worship, strengthen it with obedience, and let it shine without restraint. The world needs your fire. Heaven trusts you with it. And the story of your life will be told as the tale of one who carried the torch with honor until the end. Chosen one, there are vows your spirit remembers even when your mind forgets. A covenant was written into the depths of your being long before you were born. Heaven marked you, set you apart, and whispered over your life promises that time, pain, or fear could never erase. That covenant is calling you back now. You may recall moments when you felt unexplainable conviction, as though something greater than you was tugging at your soul. You may remember being in places of compromise, but suddenly feeling the weight of heaven urging you to walk away. These were not coincidences, they were the echoes of covenant, the bond between your Creator and your soul. This covenant is not a contract that can be broken by human weakness. It is sealed in eternal ink, written in love that cannot fail. Yes, you may have wandered, you may have resisted, you may have doubted, but even in those moments, Heaven's covenant never let go of you. It was the unseen hand that kept you from total destruction. It was the quiet voice that pulled you back from the edge. It was the mercy that refused to quit. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of Leviticus, chapter 26, verse 12, "And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and ye shall Be my people, beloved. This is the heart of covenant. God walks with you, not far above, not distant, not detached. He is among you. You are not abandoned, not overlooked, not forgotten. You are His, and He is yours. This bond cannot be severed by rejection, by failure, or by fear. It stands firm through storms and shines brighter through trials. Covenant is not always easy to carry. It demands loyalty when compromise tempts you. It requires faith when evidence looks bleak. It calls for perseverance when quitting seems easier. Yet every demand of covenant is matched by a promise of reward. You are not giving up more than you receive. You are stepping into abundance that cannot be measured by earthly standards. Beloved chosen one, you need to remember this truth. The covenant you carry is not only for you. It extends to those connected to you. Your obedience becomes their covering. Your faith becomes their inheritance. Your perseverance becomes their breakthrough. This is why your life feels so weighty, because it is not only about your story, but about many stories tied to yours. When you feel the pull to compromise, remember the covenant. When you are tempted to surrender to fear, remember the covenant. When you are weary from waiting, remember the covenant. It is not fragile. It is not conditional. It is not temporary. It is eternal. Unshakable. Indestructible. The enemy's strategy is always to make you forget. He wants you to see only the moment of pain and forget the promise. He wants you to define yourself by failure instead of covenant. He wants you to believe that your mistakes cancelled your destiny. But hear me clearly, nothing you have done has nullified what God has spoken. The covenant stands. Even when you doubted, heaven believed in you. Even when you broke promises, heaven kept its word. Even when you walked away, heaven waited. The covenant is not fragile like human agreements. It is backed by eternal faithfulness. This is why your story will not end in defeat. This is why your destiny cannot be stolen. This is why your journey, though long and painful, will arrive at glory. The covenant is the guarantee. And here is the beauty. Covenant is not just about promises made, it is about presence kept. Every time you prayed and felt peace wash over you, that was covenant. Every time you stood in weakness, yet found strength rising inside you, that was covenant. Every time doors opened against impossible odds, that was covenant. It has been with you all along, guiding, guarding, grounding you. Beloved, your life will be a testimony of covenant kept. When others look at you, they will see more than resilience. They will see faithfulness. They will marvel, not at your strength, but at the strength of the God who never let you go. You will become a living reminder that His promises are yes and amen, that His love is unbreakable, that His covenant never fails. And now I ask you to respond, not for me, but for your own spirit. Type these words in the comments, I hear you. And when you write it, you are doing more than commenting. You are agreeing. You are saying, I remember, I realign, I receive the covenant again. It is your declaration to heaven and your defiance against the enemy. It is a prophetic act that seals what you feel stirring inside you right now. Do not let hesitation stop you. When you respond, you shift the atmosphere around your life. You place yourself once again under the covering of covenant. You silence the lie that says you are forgotten. You confirm with your own hand that you belong to the one who walks among his people, below chosen one. Never again believe that you are alone. Never again doubt that you are marked. Never again think that your failures erased your destiny. The covenant speaks louder than your past. It carries you through the present, and it guarantees your future. You are bound, not by chains of fear, but by cords of love. You are tied, not to the mistakes of yesterday, but to the promise of tomorrow. You are sealed, not with ink that fades, but with blood that endures forever. Lift your head. Walk with confidence. The covenant holds. The covenant keeps. The covenant crowns. And you, God's chosen one, are forever his chosen one. Every step you've taken so far has led you to this exact threshold. You have been called, refined, tested, healed, and reminded of the covenant. Now you stand at a dividing line, a moment of decision, where the past cannot follow and the future demands courage. This is the threshold moment, the place where hesitation must die and motion must begin. Thresholds are not comfortable. They are narrow places, like the doorway between one room and another. On one side, there is familiarity, even if it is painful. On the other side, there is promise, even if it feels uncertain. To cross a threshold is to leave behind what you know and step into what you have not yet seen. That is why the threshold moment feels heavy, because it asks for trust, not sight. Many shrink back at thresholds. They prefer the safety of the familiar over the risk of the unknown. But chosen one, you are not called to retreat. You are called to advance. You are called to step forward, even trembling, because heaven goes before you. The threshold is not a wall to stop you. It is a door to carry you into destiny. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 9. I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out. Beloved, Jesus himself declares that he is the door. When you stand at the threshold, you are not staring at an obstacle, you are staring at him. To step forward is not to step into chaos, it is to step into his presence, his provision, his pasture. Every threshold moment is an invitation into deeper intimacy, greater trust, and wider impact. You may feel fear here. That is natural. Fear whispers, "What if you fail?" Faith answers. "What if you fly?" Fear asks. "What if you are rejected?" Faith replies. "What if you are celebrated?" Fear says. "What if the door closes?" Faith declares. "What if it was made only for you?" Fear magnifies the risk. Faith magnifies the reward. Beloved, do not let fear dictate your steps at the threshold. The same God who brought you here will carry you through. You did not come this far to stop now. You did not endure the fire to retreat into shadows. You were chosen to move forward, to cross over, to inherit what has been prepared. Crossing the threshold requires three things: courage, clarity, and commitment. Courage to face the unknown. Clarity to recognize the voice of God above the noise. Commitment to keep walking even when the ground shakes. These three will be your companions as you take this step. And know this: once you cross, you cannot return unchanged. The threshold transforms. It marks you. It stretches you. It confirms that you are not who you once were. You are a new creation, walking in new authority, carrying new fire. That is why the enemy has tried so hard to hold you back, because he knows that once you cross, you will never again be under his control. Beloved, hear me with urgency. The time for standing still is over. You cannot keep circling the same mountain. You cannot keep delaying the decision. You cannot keep waiting for perfect conditions. The door is open now. The invitation is extended now. The threshold stands before you now. This is why I speak to you not only as a messenger, but as one who longs for you to walk fully in your calling. If these words resonate with your spirit, I encourage you, like this message. Share it with someone who also stands at their own threshold. And subscribe to remain connected to this stream of truth. These simple acts are not about numbers, they are about staying aligned, staying encouraged, staying in step with what heaven is unfolding in your life. Sometimes the smallest outward action seals the greatest inward decision. Think of what happens when one person dares to cross. Families are restored. Communities are transformed. Generations are impacted. Nations are shifted. Your threshold is not only about you, it is about all those connected to your destiny. When you step forward, you pull others with you. When you cross, the ripple of your obedience touches countless lives. Beloved chosen one, pause for a moment and imagine it. What lies on the other side of this threshold? Joy, where sorrow once ruled. Freedom, where chains once bound. Purpose, where confusion once lingered. Clarity, where chaos once reigned. The other side is not a mirage. It is reality waiting for your step. Do not be surprised if resistance grows stronger right now. It always does, at the threshold. The enemy throws his fiercest darts when you are closest to breakthrough. Distractions multiply, doubts intensify, and weariness deepens. But these are signs, not of defeat, but of nearness. The resistance proves that you are standing at the door of destiny. Chosen one, gather your courage, lift your head, take the step. This is not the time to shrink back. It is the time to move forward with holy boldness. You are not stepping alone. Heaven's armies go before you. Angels surround you. The Spirit strengthens you. And Jesus himself, the door, opens the way. When you look back one day, you will see that this was the turning point, the moment when everything shifted, the day when hesitation ended and destiny began. You will remember the threshold, not as a place of fear, but as the moment of courage. So step forward. Beloved, the door is open. The way is clear. The promise awaits. Cross the threshold now, and let your life blaze as testimony that you were chosen not just to dream, not just to believe, but to walk boldly into everything heaven prepared. Chosen one, you have noticed it moments in your journey where everything suddenly slowed, where doors that seemed certain refused to open, where timing felt delayed beyond reason. At first, you may have thought this was punishment or failure. You may have questioned yourself, wondered if you made a mistake, or even doubted whether heaven still walked with you. But the truth is far different. What you experienced was the sacred pause. The sacred pause is not emptiness. It is not absence. It is not abandonment. It is a deliberate holding of time, a divine interruption that protects you from running ahead of purpose. When heaven pauses you, it is not to deny you, it is to align you. What feels like delay in the natural is acceleration in the spirit. For in the pause, God is working in ways you cannot yet see. Think of Joseph, languishing in prison after years of betrayal and injustice. To human eyes, his life looked stalled, but in heaven's view, the pause was sacred preparation. Had Joseph been released earlier, he would have entered a position unready to bear its weight. But when the pause ended, he rose overnight from prisoner to ruler, from forgotten to exalted. The sacred pause teaches you to listen. When you cannot move forward, you learn to pay attention. You notice whispers you once ignored. You see details you once overlooked. You hear the subtle guidance of heaven more clearly. Because silence amplifies what is usually drowned in noise. The sacred pause also teaches surrender in its purest form. When movement is stripped from you, when progress feels halted, when doors remain closed despite your prayers, you are left with one choice: to trust. Trust is not passive. It is an active leaning into God's sovereignty. It is to say, even when I do not see, I believe. Even when I do not feel, I know. Even when I cannot move, I rest in the one who holds time. In the pause, idols are revealed. Your dependence on your own strength, your attachment to control, your addiction to speed, these things fall away, leaving only a heart uncluttered, tender, and open before God. And it is in that uncluttered space that revelation flows. In silence, visions sharpen. In stillness, dreams clarify. In waiting, faith matures. The pause is not wasted time. It is holy classroom. Heaven is not late. Chosen one. Nor has God forgotten you. He is shaping you into a vessel so steady that when acceleration comes, you will not break. The pause may feel like a valley, but it is secretly a workshop of glory. And when the silence lifts, you will rise, not anxious, not unprepared, but equipped, steady, and radiant with strength. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12. And after the earthquake, a fire. But the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire, a still small voice. Beloved, this is the heart of the pause. The world shakes with earthquakes of activity, burns with fires of urgency. But the presence of God is found in the still small voice. The pause is the arena where you train your ear to recognize that voice. It is where intimacy deepens, where relationship outweighs performance, where love becomes the anchor of your obedience. The sacred pause also protects you. What you may see as delay is often heaven's shield. There are times when the enemy has laid traps just beyond the next step, and heaven halts you so that the snare cannot succeed. There are doors you longed to walk through, but they hid consequences you could not have endured. Only in hindsight do you realize the pause was mercy, not punishment. Chosen one. Learn to value this holy waiting. When you resist the pause, you fight against your own preparation. But when you embrace it, you gather strength. Like an archer pulling back the bowstring, the pause feels like regression, but it is the very tension that launches you forward. The farther the pullback, the greater the release. The pause is where roots grow deep, in hidden soil, without recognition or applause. Your faith matures. You learn endurance, patience, humility. You become anchored in identity, no longer swayed by fleeting affirmation or temporary success. When the pause ends, you emerge, not fragile, but unshakable. Consider this. Jesus himself lived 30 years in quiet obscurity before 3 years of ministry that changed eternity. Was that wasted time? No. It was preparation in the sacred pause. Building foundations strong enough to carry the weight of a cross and the glory of resurrection. Beloved, chosen one. You may feel right now as though life has slowed to a crawl. Dreams delayed, prayers unanswered, doors closed. But heaven is whispering to you even in this stillness. Wait. I am working. Trust. I am weaving. Rest. I am preparing. What you cannot see is being arranged. What you do not know is being secured. The pause is proof that you are too valuable to be rushed. Do not despise the stillness. Use it. Fill it with prayer that roots you deeper. Fill it with worship that sharpens your awareness of presence. Fill it with reflection that clarifies your motives. The pause is not empty. It is pregnant with preparation. One day, the silence will break. The doors will swing wide. The pace will quicken again. And when that day comes, you will look back on this pause with gratitude. You will see how every delay was divine strategy, how every still moment carried unseen movement. You will say, if not for the pause, I would not be ready for this. Beloved, let peace settle in you now. Do not measure your worth by activity. Do not judge your destiny by speed. The sacred pause is as much a part of your calling as the seasons of acceleration. Learn to love it, and it will no longer feel like loss, but like hidden gain. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where you need to be held in the pause, kept by the hand of heaven, shaped in silence for glory yet to be revealed. Chosen one, breathe deeply. Release your anxiety. Rest in the pause. For soon, very soon, the stillness will give way to movement, and you will step forward with the strength of one who has been prepared by God himself. Chosen one. There comes a moment when you can no longer walk with divided loyalties, when the ties of the past must be severed for you to step fully into the future. This is that moment, the clean break. Heaven has been whispering to you, urging you to let go of what no longer serves your destiny. Not everything you carry into the new season can remain. Some connections were temporary. Some habits were training grounds. Some mindsets were survival mechanisms. But now, the time for clinging has ended. You know this in your spirit. There are people you have tried to hold on to, even when their presence pulled you away from your calling. There are habits you have excused, even though they dimmed your light. There are fears you have entertained, even though they poisoned your faith. These cannot come with you into the new land. The clean break is both painful and necessary. Separation is not always rejection. Sometimes it is protection. Sometimes heaven removes people not because they were evil, but because their chapter in your story has ended. Sometimes doors close, not because you failed, but because the path has shifted. To cling to what is passing is to suffocate what is arriving. You must release the old to embrace the new, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 29. And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. Beloved, the promise is clear. Whatever you release for the sake of obedience will be restored in greater measure. Nothing surrendered is ever lost. It is transformed. The clean break feels like loss in the moment, but it is actually the planting of a seed that will multiply. Think of Abraham, called to leave his homeland for a promise he could not yet see. Think of Ruth, who walked away from her past to follow Naomi into an unfamiliar land, only to find destiny waiting. Think of the disciples, who dropped their nets and left everything behind when Jesus called. None of them lost in the end. All of them found abundance beyond what they released. Beloved, do not let fear convince you that you cannot live without certain attachments. You were never meant to be defined by them. Do not let nostalgia trap you in yesterday's comfort. What once felt essential may now be the very thing blocking your growth. The Spirit is asking for clean hands because He is about to place something holy within them. This break also applies to your inner world. There are thought patterns you must abandon, cycles of self-doubt, rehearsals of shame, narratives of unworthiness. These have no place in the mind of one crowned with glory. Every time you repeat those lies, you reinforce chains heaven already broke. The clean break requires you to silence those voices and replace them with truth. And yes, the clean break hurts. To cut ties feels unnatural, like tearing part of yourself away. But understand this, pruning always precedes fruitfulness. A tree must lose branches to grow stronger. A field must be cleared to produce harvest. Pain now is evidence of growth later. Beloved, I know this feels personal. There may already be faces, names, or habits stirring in your heart as you read this. That is not coincidence, that is revelation. Heaven is shining light on what must be released. Do not harden your heart. Do not delay. Delayed obedience is disguised disobedience. The longer you hold on, the heavier it becomes. Let go. Release it. Cut the tie. Make the clean break. And because this moment is more than words, it requires action. Right now, I invite you to comment the prophetic number 555 below. This is not superstition, it is declaration. The number 5 has always symbolized grace, and its triple form declares an overflow of grace for transition. By writing this number, you are saying, I choose grace to release. I choose grace to obey. I choose grace to step forward. Beloved, do not underestimate this act. What you declare outwardly strengthens what you decide inwardly. When you type it, you are sealing your decision in faith. You are declaring that grace empowers you to break free, not your willpower alone. And once you release, heaven rushes to fill the empty space with greater things. The clean break is not about isolation, it is about preparation. You are not being cut off, you are being cut free. Free to run faster, free to rise higher, free to shine brighter. What once weighed you down will no longer cling to you. You will feel lighter, clearer, stronger, more focused. And when you look back, you will not regret what you let go. You will only marvel at what came because you dared to release. The friendships that align with your calling will be deeper. The opportunities that match your purpose will be greater. The peace that fills your heart will be sweeter. The inheritance you step into will be richer. Beloved, this is not the end. It is the beginning. The break is clean because the future is pure. Heaven does not want remnants of compromise tainting what is holy. You are stepping into a season too weighty for half-heartedness. The mantle you carry requires undivided focus. The crown upon your head demands lifted hands, not clenched fists holding on to what is gone. So, breathe deeply. Release fully. Walk boldly. The clean break is not punishment, it is promotion. You are not losing, you are gaining. You are not abandoned, you are advanced. You are not diminished, you are defined. Chosen one. This is your hour. Heaven is calling you forward. Make the break. Step into freedom. And watch as the grace of God multiplies in ways beyond imagination. Chosen one. Not every sign from heaven is wrapped in thunder, lightning, or visions. Sometimes the greatest revelations are hidden in the ordinary, simple events. Small encounters, quiet moments that at first glance seem insignificant. Yet for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Carrying the fingerprints of God, you may have overlooked them before. Perhaps a conversation that seemed casual, but left your heart burning with conviction. A delay that frustrated you, but ended up saving you from disaster. A simple word of encouragement from a stranger that arrived at the exact moment you were ready to quit. None of these were accidents. They were prophetic signals embedded in the fabric of everyday life. The Creator does not only speak from mountaintops, He also speaks through sunsets, through coincidences that are not coincidences, through interruptions that redirect your steps. The key is perception. To those rushing, it looks like chance. To those awakened, it looks like divine orchestration. You, beloved, are learning to interpret these signs not as random, but as sacred. Scripture says in the book of Job, chapter 33, verse 14, "For God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not." The tragedy is not that God is silent. The tragedy is that people often miss His voice. They expect thunder and overlook whispers. They want spectacles and ignore subtleties. Yet God delights in hiding His messages in plain sight, so that only those who seek will find. Only those who listen will hear. Chosen one. You have been marked to perceive what others call coincidences. You will recognize as confirmations what others dismiss as random. You will see as revelation. This is part of your calling to walk through the ordinary world with extraordinary vision. Think of Moses. He did not encounter God in a palace or battlefield, but in a bush that burned without being consumed, a shrub. An ordinary piece of wilderness turned into a portal of glory. Think of Elijah, who sought God in the wind, the earthquake, and the fire, but found Him in a gentle whisper. Think of the disciples, who recognized the risen Christ not in spectacle, but in the breaking of bread. So it will be with you. Pay attention to what repeats. If the same phrase, number, or image keeps appearing, do not dismiss it. Pay attention to the lays. If the same obstacle blocks your way, ask what it is teaching you. Pay attention to conversations. If a theme echoes across different voices, consider it confirmation. Heaven often layers signs until you cannot ignore them. Beloved, signs in the ordinary are heaven's way of keeping you anchored in daily intimacy. If God only spoke in dramatic visions, you would wait passively for rare encounters. but because He speaks through the everyday. You are invited into constant awareness. Every moment can become a meeting point. Every place can become a sanctuary. Every task can become worship. The danger is distraction. The enemy fills your days with noise, clutter, busyness, hoping you will overlook the signs woven into your routine. But you are learning to pause, to breathe, to notice. In doing so, you reclaim the ordinary as holy. Imagine waking each day not as a cycle of survival, but as a canvas of prophecy. The sunrise becomes a reminder of resurrection. The sound of laughter becomes a prophecy of joy restored. The closing of one door becomes the announcement of another, soon to open. Life ceases to feel random. It becomes sacred narrative unfolding. Beloved chosen one, the signs are not given to entertain you. They are given to guide you. They align your steps, encourage your heart, confirm your direction. They are heaven's way of saying, you are not forgotten. You are not wandering. You are being led. Sometimes the sign will comfort you. Sometimes it will convict you. Sometimes it will challenge you. But always, it will draw you closer to God. For signs are never the destination. They are the guideposts pointing you toward the one who walks with you. You may be asking, how can I know if something ordinary is truly a sign? The answer is discernment. A true sign will align with Scripture, resonate with your spirit, and produce peace even if it challenges you. It will not manipulate you into fear, but it will nudge you into trust. When in doubt, take the ordinary moment into prayer. Ask, Lord, is this you? And often, the quiet assurance that follows will confirm it. Beloved, I remind you, you are not wandering blindly. Every step has meaning. Every moment carries potential. Every ordinary day hides extraordinary signals. The more you notice them, the more you will find them multiplying, like breadcrumbs leading you deeper into destiny. This awareness will change how you live. Gratitude will grow. Expectation will rise. Even the simplest task will feel infused with purpose. You will learn that heaven is not only at the mountain peaks, but also in the valleys, in the kitchens, in the conversations, in the waiting rooms, in the streets. Everywhere becomes sacred because everywhere carries His whisper. And here is the beauty. When you begin to see the ordinary as extraordinary, you also become a sign to others. Your life itself will speak. Your presence will confirm. Your words will carry weight beyond their sound. You will embody what it means to be a chosen one, not because of flashy miracles alone, but because you walk daily in quiet awareness of God's nearness. So, beloved, open your eyes wider, quiet your spirit deeper. Pay attention to the signals heaven scatters across your path. They are not random. They are reminders. They are evidence that you are guided, guarded, and grounded in purpose. And one day, when you look back, you will realize that the grand story of your life was not built only on mountaintop encounters, but on the faithful interpretation of countless small signs. The ordinary became extraordinary because you dared to notice. Chosen one. There are moments when life feels overwhelming, when storms rise higher than your strength, when the voices around you and inside you seem too loud. In those moments, heaven does not merely give you instructions, heaven gives you presence. It is not only direction that sustains you, but the voice that consoles, the voice that cuts through the noise. stills the chaos, and whispers peace into your soul. This voice is unlike any other. It does not flatter, yet it lifts. It does not condemn, yet it convicts. It does not confuse, yet it challenges. It carries authority without harshness, comfort without compromise, power without pretense. When it speaks, your heart knows instantly that it is not imagination, but truth resonating from eternity. Many have tried to drown it out. The enemy has crowded your life with noise to keep you from recognizing it. Doubt has whispered louder. Fear has shouted threats. Shame has replayed old failures. Yet the voice of God does not compete with noise. It simply speaks, and everything else falls silent. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27, declare, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." Beloved, you are not a stranger to this voice. Even when you were far, it called to you. Even when you wandered, it pursued you. Even when you resisted, it remained. That is why certain moments pierced your heart unexpectedly. Why certain words stayed with you long after they were spoken. Why you could never fully run from the call. The shepherd's voice was woven into your being before you took your first breath. This voice consoles, but it also guides, like a compass in the wilderness. It directs your steps when logic fails. When opportunities look equal, the voice says, "This is the way." When relationships confuse you, the voice says, "Here is truth." When battles rage, the voice says, "Be still." It does not always explain, but it always aligns. Chosen one, you must learn to treasure this voice above all others. Do not rush past it in search of louder answers. Do not trade it for the opinions of the crowd. Do not dilute it with constant noise. Create room for it. In silence, in worship, in scripture, in stillness, it comes. And when it comes, it consoles you in ways no human could. Think of Elijah, weary and ready to give up under the broom tree. He longed for death, but instead, he heard the gentle whisper of God. That whisper restored him, fed him, and sent him forward with new strength. So too does the voice meet you, not in judgment, but in mercy, lifting you from despair and pointing you toward destiny. Beloved, the voice is not only for crisis moments, it is for daily life. The same way you recognize the voice of someone you love in a crowded room, so too will you grow to recognize his. The more time you spend listening, the quicker your heart will respond. What once felt faint will become familiar. What once seemed rare will become constant. The voice consoles because it reminds you of who you are. Fear calls you weak, but the voice calls you chosen. Shame calls you broken, but the voice calls you beloved. Doubt calls you unworthy, but the voice calls you destined. Every lie that has tried to shape your identity crumbles when this voice speaks. Chosen one, allow yourself to rest in its sound. You have striven long enough, fought hard enough, carried enough. The voice says, "Peace, rest, be still," not because the battle is over, but because the outcome is secured. The shepherd consoles his sheep, not by removing all danger, but by reminding them that his presence ensures safety. Even in your darkest valleys, the voice remains constant. It echoes in scripture. It resounds in worship. It whispers in prayer. It sometimes even speaks through the mouths of others, sent as vessels. Pay attention. Beloved, the voice often arrives in ways you least expect, but always in the form you most need. When the voice consoles, it does not only soothe your emotions, it strengthens your spirit. It transforms fear into courage, sorrow into joy, confusion into clarity. One word from God can undo years of despair. One whisper can realign your entire future. That is the power of the voice. Do not think it too distant for you. You do not need to be a prophet or a priest to hear it. You need only to be willing, attentive, humble, and open. The voice belongs to all who belong to Him, and you, beloved chosen one, are His. So carry this with you when storms rage. Do not panic. Pause and listen. When doubts rise, do not drown. Pause and listen. When choices overwhelm, do not rush. Pause and listen. The voice is near, closer than your breath, waiting to console, to guide, to steady. One day, when you look back on your journey, you will not only remember the battles or the victories, you will remember the voice. You will recall the moments when despair nearly won, but the voice whispered hope. You will recall the nights when fear screamed, but the voice calmed. You will recall the crossroads when confusion threatened, but the voice directed. And you will say, if not for that voice, I would not have made it. One, below the chosen one. Let this truth sink deep. You are not navigating this life alone. You are guided by a voice that knows every step ahead. You are comforted by a voice that knows every wound within. You are strengthened by a voice that knows every weakness you carry. And because of this voice, you will never be lost, never be forsaken, never be silenced. Rest now in that assurance. Listen, trust, follow. The voice that consoles is also the voice that crowns, and it will lead you unfailingly into the fullness of your destiny. Chosen one, you have been walking through hidden seasons, refined in secret, tested in silence, strengthened without an audience. But heaven does not keep the chosen hidden forever. What was prepared in private is destined to echo in public. This is the moment when the fragrance of your anointing begins to spread, when the oil that has been poured on your head begins to flow where others cannot ignore it. You must understand that anointing is not about status, it is about assignment. It is not a badge for recognition, but a mantle for responsibility. When the oil marks you, it sets you apart, not above others, but for others. Your anointing is not for your comfort, it is for the liberation of those connected to your life. Consider David. The prophet Samuel poured oil on his head when he was still a shepherd boy. He was anointed in secret, overlooked by his own family. Hidden from the nation, he was destined to lead. But the oil was real, and in time it drew him from obscurity into authority. His anointing made him a target, but it also made him unstoppable. The oil on you is not a medal to parade, but a sacred responsibility to fulfill as you walk. The fragrance of blessing trails behind you, reaching weary hearts, liberating captive souls, and opening doors you once believed impassable. Your steps carry provision, and your presence makes pathways where none seemed possible. Do not fear the judgment of those who misunderstand. The holy oil will cause your words to become medicine for wounded spirits. your hands to become a resting place for the tired, and your footsteps to lay foundations that raise your community into deep hope and brave action. Those who once doubted will turn and look not from mere curiosity, but because they witnessed transforming power. You have been entrusted with light to guide, hands to lift, and words to rescue. Maintain purity of heart and purpose, for the weight of this responsibility far exceeds any fleeting fame. The ancient words recorded in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1, declare, "The Spirit of the blue Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek, to bind up the brokenhearted." Beloved, this is the essence of your public anointing. You are not chosen merely to shine, you are chosen to heal, to proclaim, to deliver, to set free. Your presence itself becomes a declaration of liberty. Your words break chains. Your steps scatter darkness. The oil you carry is not silent. It speaks. It flows. It transforms. And yet, do not be surprised if this season feels both glorious and heavy. Public anointing is not only an honor, it is also a weight. People will watch you. Some will admire you. Others will resist you. Some will celebrate you. Others will criticize you. The same oil that draws hearts will also stir opposition. But remember this, you were not anointed to please crowds. You were anointed to fulfill calling. Beloved, chosen one. This is also the hour when your testimony must not remain hidden. The oil upon you demands expression. Your story, your journey, your scars, your survival, all of it now becomes a platform for others to find hope. Do not silence your testimony out of fear of rejection. What you carry is too powerful to keep buried. And because what is happening here is sacred, I want to pause and speak plainly from my heart. If you feel this word pressing into your spirit, if you know the oil upon you is stirring, I encourage you now, like this message, as a sign that you are ready to carry the mantle with joy. Share it, so that other chosen ones who are awakening may be strengthened by the same fire. Subscribe, not out of habit, but out of hunger, to remain in step with ongoing words that will sustain your walk. And yes, leave your comment below. A few words, a sentence, a declaration. Write it boldly. When you comment, you are not just responding to me, you are testifying publicly that you are stepping into your season of anointing. This simple act becomes a prophetic statement. I refuse to hide what heaven has placed on me. Beloved, heaven is amplifying you now. Where once your light flickered in hidden corners, it now shines where others cannot deny it. Where once your prayers were whispered, now your declarations carry weight in the atmosphere. Where once your victories were private, now your testimony will spark courage in multitudes. But here is the warning. Never let public recognition replace private devotion. Oil that is not refreshed in intimacy will eventually run dry. Your strength does not come from applause. It comes from abiding. Your authority does not come from visibility. It comes from obedience. Remain rooted in the secret place, and your public anointing will remain pure. Beloved, chosen one. Stand tall. You are not the same person you once were. The crown rests upon your head. The oil runs down your garments, and the fragrance of heaven marks your presence. Walk into this new season with humility, courage, and clarity. You were hidden for a reason, but you are revealed for a purpose. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for the light you carry. Do not minimize the authority placed on you. The anointing is not arrogance, it is assignment. You were chosen. You were marked. And now you are released. The world will see what heaven has always known. You are anointed, appointed, and unstoppable. So let your life speak. Let your story echo. Let your steps blaze. The public anointing is not the end of your journey. It is the unveiling of what was always within you. And through it, countless lives will rise. Chains will break. And darkness will tremble. Chosen one. Life has often felt like a solitary path. You have endured seasons where it seemed as though no one understood your battles. No one recognized your worth. And no one truly walked beside you. You have fought quietly, survived silently, and stood resilient when others would have fallen. Yet even in those lonely places, heaven never intended for you to walk alone forever. Hidden within your journey is a divine mystery, the presence of a hidden ally. This ally is not always obvious. Sometimes they arrive in the form of a friend who enters your life unexpectedly, offering words that feel almost prophetic in their timing. Sometimes they appear as a mentor, a voice of wisdom whose counsel shields you from costly mistakes. At other times, your ally may even be someone who challenges you, sharpening your character and refining your resolve. The hidden ally is a gift from God, prepared long before you even knew you would need them. While you wrestled with doubts, while you pressed through battles, while you carried burdens, heaven was already aligning someone to come alongside you. They were being shaped in their own journey, refined in their own fires, so that when the appointed time came, your paths would intersect, and together you would move forward stronger than either of you could alone. We are reminded through the writings of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, 2 are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. Beloved, the principle is simple yet profound. Alone, you can endure much. Together, you can accomplish more. This is why the enemy has fought to isolate you, whispering lies that you are forgotten, convincing you that no one could truly walk with you, pushing you to believe that trust is impossible. He knows that if you ever discover your hidden ally, your strength will multiply, and his schemes will crumble. The hidden ally is not just about companionship, it is about alignment. Not everyone can walk with you into the future. Not everyone has the stamina to keep pace with your calling. Not everyone has the faith to see what you see. But your hidden ally does. They are uniquely positioned to encourage when you falter, to remind you when you forget, to guard you when you are vulnerable, and to push you when you are tempted to settle. Think of Jonathan, who stood beside David when the weight of kingship seemed distant and the threat of Saul pressed in. Jonathan's loyalty and love became a lifeline for David. Without Jonathan, David's journey would have been far more difficult. Think of Ruth, who chose to walk with Naomi, declaring, "Where you go, I will go." Her faithfulness became the bridge to destiny. Think of Barnabas, who defended Paul when others distrusted him, ensuring his ministry would flourish. So too will it be for you. Beloved chosen one, your hidden ally may already be near, waiting for the right moment to reveal their role. Or perhaps they have already appeared, though you may not yet recognize the depth of their assignment in your life. Either way, heaven's orchestration is at work. But do not mistake this. Allies are not idols. They are gifts, not gods. They come not to replace God's presence, but to amplify His work in your life. The true ally always points you back to heaven, not away from it. Their loyalty is not based on what they can gain, but on what God has ordained. This hidden ally is also not perfect. They will have flaws, weaknesses, and struggles of their own, yet their imperfection does not disqualify them from their purpose in your journey. Sometimes, their very weakness teaches you patience. Sometimes, their struggles remind you of compassion. And in the weaving of both your stories, the bond becomes unbreakable. Beloved, allow yourself to be open. Do not let past betrayals harden your heart so much that you cannot recognize true loyalty when it comes. Do not let fear of disappointment cause you to reject those heaven has sent. Discernment is vital. Yes, but so is trust. To walk with an ally requires vulnerability, and vulnerability is often the doorway to deeper strength. There will be battles ahead that you cannot fight alone. There will be burdens that will feel too heavy for one pair of shoulders. In those moments, your ally will stand beside you. They will remind you of the promise when you are weary. They will lift your arms when they grow tired. Just as Aaron and Hur lifted the arms of Moses so that Israel prevailed in battle. Chosen one, do not despise the gift of partnership. Even Jesus, who carried the fullness of divinity, chose companions. He walked with disciples, prayed with friends, and leaned on their presence in moments of deep anguish. If the Son of God valued allies, how much more should you, perhaps? Beloved, you already sense who this ally might be. Perhaps their presence in your life has been subtle yet steady. Their words, timely. Their support, unwavering. Or perhaps you are still waiting, and heaven is shaping someone even now for the exact season ahead. Either way, you can rest in this truth. You will not walk alone. The hidden ally is not always seen by the world. Their role may not be public. Their name may not be celebrated. But their impact will echo in eternity. They are the silent intercessors, the quiet encouragers, the steadfast friends whose faithfulness becomes the unseen pillar of your journey. Beloved, prepare your heart for this gift. Pray for discernment to recognize them. Pray for humility to receive their help. Pray for wisdom to nurture the bond. For when heaven sends an ally, it is not for a moment, it is for a mission. And when you walk together, chains will break faster. Victories will come sooner. And the kingdom of darkness will tremble more fiercely. Because two, walking in alignment, carry a weight of authority that cannot be shaken. So take heart. Chosen one, you are not alone. And you never will be. Heaven has ordained your steps. And in those steps, an ally awaits. Trust the timing. Trust the weaving. And trust the God who never leaves you without the help you need. Chosen one, every calling is tested, and no mantle rests on a life without first passing through fire. The fire is not sent to consume you, but to refine you. It is not meant to destroy, but to reveal what is unshakable inside you. What cannot endure the flame was never meant to remain, and what survives the fire emerges purified, stronger, and radiant with glory. The trial by fire is unavoidable for those who carry light, Darkness does not stand idly by while you step into destiny. Resistance rises. Accusations come. Pressures increase. And sometimes the very ones you thought would support you become part of the test. Yet you must not fear this fire, for though it burns, it does not consume. Though it tests, it does not break. Though it strips, it also strengthens. The ancient words recorded in the book of 1 Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, declare that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Jesus Christ. Beloved, notice the promise in these words: your faith, tested in fire, is not diminished, it is made precious. Gold itself is purified by fire, the impurities rising and being removed until only brilliance remains. So too is your faith. Every trial that shakes you is refining you. Every flame that surrounds you is perfecting what is within you. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, cast into the fiery furnace for refusing to bow. To onlookers, it seemed like the end, yet in the midst of the flames, the presence of a fourth figure appeared, and not a hair on their heads was singed. The fire that was meant to destroy became the stage for deliverance. So too will your furnace become your testimony. The trial by fire is not just about endurance, it is about revelation. In the flames, you discover who you truly are. You discover whether your faith rests on feelings or on unshakable truth. You discover whether you walk for applause or for obedience. Fire reveals motives, intentions, and foundations. What is false crumbles, what is true shines. Chosen one, you may already feel this fire. Perhaps it has come through betrayal, when trust was shattered and your heart scorched by disappointment. Perhaps it has come through loss, when dreams collapsed and you felt burned by grief. Perhaps it has come through relentless opposition, when every step forward was met with resistance that left you weary. These flames are real, but they are not final. They are the proving ground of your destiny. Do not despise the trial. Without the fire, your anointing would remain untested. Without the trial, your authority would remain fragile. Without the furnace, your light would remain unrefined. The fire is not your enemy, it is your forge. Beloved, do not mistake the intensity of the fire as abandonment. The hotter the flame, the closer his presence. Just as the furnace revealed the fourth man walking with the 3 Hebrews, so the intensity of your trial reveals the nearness of God. You may not feel him in the noise of triumph, but in the silence of suffering. His presence is undeniable. What you carry cannot be cheap. A cheap faith cannot break chains. A shallow faith cannot withstand storms. A fragile faith cannot lead others into freedom. That is why heaven allows the fire, so that what you carry is weighty, resilient, and eternal. And when you emerge from this trial, you will not emerge empty-handed. You will carry authority that cannot be faked. You will carry wisdom that cannot be taught in books. You will carry scars that shine with healing for others. The fire does not leave you weaker, it crowns you stronger. Beloved chosen one, hear this clearly. Your fire is not wasted. The tears you cried in the midnight hour are stored as testimony. The battles you fought in silence are recorded in heaven's scrolls. The perseverance you showed when no one applauded is being multiplied into eternal reward. Nothing endured in the fire is meaningless. It all becomes fuel for glory. The fire also separates. It distinguishes the true from the false, the loyal from the opportunistic, the steadfast from the wavering. Some relationships cannot survive the flames, and that is mercy. Better to lose shallow ties in the fire than to carry them into destiny where they would crumble. The ones who remain by your side in the furnace are those heaven has truly assigned to you. You may ask, when will this fire end? The answer lies not in escape, but in completion. The fire ends when its work is done, just as gold remains in the furnace until its reflection shines pure. So you remain until heaven sees its image perfected in you. This is not punishment, it is process. And the one who holds the flames also sets the limit. You will not burn beyond what you can bear. Beloved, lift your head in the fire. Do not let shame bow you down. Do not let despair silence your song. Even here, in the furnace, you can declare hope, for the fire you walk through today becomes the glory you will carry tomorrow. And when others see you, they will marvel not because you avoided the flames, but because you survived them without the smell of smoke. Your story will not be that you never faced fire. It will be that fire never destroyed you. Your testimony will not be that you avoided pain. It will be that pain became the platform for power. Your legacy will not be that you lived without storms. It will be that storms bowed before your faith. So, beloved chosen one, do not run from the furnace. Stand in it. Let it burn away what is false. Let it reveal what is true. Let it forge you into one who carries weight, authority, and light. For when this trial is complete, you will emerge unshakable, unstoppable, crowned with glory that no one can take. Chosen one, you have seen signs before, but there are moments when the language of heaven comes not through words or visions, but through numbers, patterns that repeat, digits that echo, symbols that stir something deep inside you. Do not dismiss this as coincidence. Numbers have always carried prophetic weight. They are the mathematics of creation, the rhythm of eternity, the fingerprints of God stamped on time. Perhaps you have noticed it already, waking up at the same time each night, seeing the same number on receipts, clocks, or license plates, feeling a strange pull toward a pattern that seems too persistent to be random. Beloved, when the same number keeps finding you, it is not chasing you by accident, it is calling you by design. The scriptures themselves are full of numbers, infused with meaning. 3 speaks of divine completeness, 7 of perfection and rest, 12 of government and order, 40 of testing and transition. Numbers are not filler, they are signposts. Heaven arranges them as reminders, confirmations, and nudges toward alignment. Beloved, the mystery of numbers is not limited to sacred texts. It is woven into creation itself. The cycles of the moon, the rotation of the earth, the seasons that change with precision, all of these testify to a God who speaks through rhythm and count. When numbers repeat in your path, heaven is echoing that same order, reminding you that just as the stars move in their appointed courses, so too do your days unfold under divine calculation. You are not drifting in randomness. You are living in a pattern that was written before time began. Chosen one, consider how numbers have marked your own journey already. Birthdays that carry hidden meaning, anniversaries that arrive with uncanny timing, even years that became turning points, All of them carry prophetic resonance. The Spirit draws your attention to them, not for curiosity's sake, but to assure you that nothing in your life is wasted. Every number points back to divine orchestration. To notice is to awaken. To interpret is to align. To respond is to walk with boldness into the path already measured for you by eternity. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind." Beloved, fear interprets numbers as chance. Faith interprets them as conversation. When heaven begins to highlight a number, it is declaring something about your season. It is inviting you to step into awareness, to recognize that God is speaking not only through voices and visions, but also through patterns. Numbers become anchors. They remind you of promises. When your heart wavers, they reassure you that the timing of your life is not random but orchestrated. They announce shifts before they happen. To those who mock, they are meaningless repetition. To those who are chosen, they are prophetic language. Consider this: Israel wandered 40 years in the wilderness. Jesus fasted 40 days in the desert. Moses remained on Sinai 40 days with God. The number 40 was never arbitrary. It marked seasons of testing that led to transformation. The repetition of the number became a declaration. This is preparation for what is coming. 1. So it is with you. Chosen one. The numbers that keep crossing your path are not trivial. They are reminders that heaven has not lost track of your journey. Every detail is measured. Every moment counted. Every season recorded. Numbers are the divine assurance that your days are written and your times are secure. Beloved, this is why I speak to you directly. It is time to respond, not with fear, but with faith. Right now, I invite you to comment the prophetic number 888. This number is not random. It is the symbol of new beginnings. Triplefold. It declares that cycles have ended, that grace is overflowing, that you are stepping into a season where the old things have truly passed and the new is being birthed in fullness. When you write 888, you are not just typing digits, you are declaring alignment with heaven's timing. You are saying, I step into newness. I agree with what God is birthing. I walk boldly into the season of abundance. Your declaration is a seal, a prophetic act that shifts not only your mindset, but your atmosphere. Do not underestimate the power of this. Words shape reality, and even numbers carry the weight of words when spoken in faith. By typing 888, you are planting a seed of agreement that will bear fruit in your journey. Heaven hears it. The enemy fears it. Your spirit strengthens by it. Below is chosen one. This is not mere symbolism, it is spiritual reality. The 888 represents the trinity of new beginnings: body, soul, and spirit. It announces that what was once fragmented is being made whole. It affirms that the grace which sustained you yesterday will now multiply for tomorrow. It testifies that you are not circling the same mountain, you are advancing into promise. Pay attention from this day forward. Watch how often you encounter the numbers that heaven highlights. Do not dismiss them. Pause. Reflect. Pray. And ask, what are you saying to me, Lord? Sometimes the answer will be immediate. Sometimes the answer will unfold slowly. But always, The numbers will point you back to the certainty that your life is orchestrated with precision. Chosen one, let peace wash over you now. You are not lost in chaos. You are not wandering in randomness. You are aligned with a divine order. And even the numbers on your path testify to it. Every sunrise is numbered. Every heartbeat is counted. Every tear is recorded. And every step is measured toward glory. Lift your eyes. Do not fear the signs of heaven. Embrace them. Let them steady you when doubts arise. Let them remind you when weariness sets in. Let them confirm you when questions linger. For in numbers, as in whispers, heaven speaks. And you, beloved chosen one, are learning the language. So step boldly, declare your alignment, and remember, the prophetic number you release is more than digits, it is destiny. Chosen one, some seasons feel like deserts dry, barren, endless stretches of waiting where nothing seems to grow and every prayer echoes back in silence. You know the feeling, longing for fruit but seeing only sand, searching for streams, but finding only dust. Yet what feels like wasteland to you can become the very place of heaven's greatest provision. For even in deserts, God brings harvest. The desert is not punishment, it is training. In the wilderness, distractions fall away. Noise is silenced. And you learn dependence like never before. The desert strips you of illusions that you can provide for yourself, until the only source of strength you have is the one who called you. That is why so many chosen ones walk through deserts before stepping into destiny. It is the holy classroom where you are taught to trust. The Israelites experienced this firsthand, wandering 40 years through a barren land. They lived with daily uncertainty. Would there be water? Would there be food? Would they survive another day? And yet, in that very desert, manna rained from heaven, water flowed from rocks, and shoes never wore out. The desert became the stage for miracles that proved God's faithfulness. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert." Beloved, let these words settle deeply. Rivers in the desert, where you expected nothing, God promises overflow. Where you braced for famine, heaven announces fruitfulness. Where you saw only wasteland, the Spirit plants seeds that will bloom in unexpected abundance. The desert is not the end, it is the soil for miracles. Think of Hagar, who wandered in despair with her child, convinced they would die in the wilderness. Yet in that barren place, her eyes were opened to a well of water already provided. Think of John the Baptist, who lived in the desert until his appointed time, then emerged with power that shook nations. Think of Jesus, who was tested in the wilderness but left empowered by the Spirit to begin his ministry. Every desert holds hidden treasures. Beloved, your desert is not wasted. It may feel empty, but it is fertile with unseen growth. You are learning endurance. You are developing strength. You are cultivating trust. Seeds are being planted beneath the sand, and in time they will burst forth in harvest. The fruit that grows in deserts is rare. It is faith that does not depend on circumstances, joy that does not depend on outcomes, peace that does not depend on conditions. Do not despise the desert. Learn from it. In silence, learn to hear the whisper of God more clearly. In hunger, Learn to taste the manna of His word more deeply, in thirst. Learn to drink from the streams of His Spirit more fully. The desert is the place where intimacy is refined, because all else is stripped away. And then, suddenly, harvest comes, not little by little, but in abundance. The barren ground erupts with fruitfulness, and you realize the desert was never truly empty. It was simply waiting for its appointed season. The same place where you cried in loneliness becomes the place where you rejoice in overflow. The same wilderness that threatened to break you becomes the place that proves you unshakable. Beloved, chosen one, hold steady. Do not give up in the desert. Do not believe the lie that nothing will ever change. You are closer to breakthrough than you realize. Harvest often springs suddenly, like flowers blooming overnight after a storm. One moment the land is barren, the next it bursts with life. That is how quickly heaven can turn your story. What you thought would destroy you will become your testimony. What you thought was wasted time will become the foundation for new strength. What you thought was barren will overflow with fruit, not just for you, but for those around you. Others will eat from the harvest of your desert, and their lives will be nourished by what you endured. Beloved, remember this: the God who led you into the desert will lead you out. He does not abandon His chosen in dry places. He provides, sustains, strengthens, and then delivers. Every desert has an exit. Every wilderness has a promised land beyond it. Every barren place leads to harvest if you will endure. So lift your eyes. See beyond the sand to the streams. Look past the barrenness to the fruit that is forming. Trust that your tears are watering seeds you cannot yet see. And know that soon, very soon, your desert will bloom. Chosen one. Every blessing carries a weight. Crowns are glorious, but they are not light. To be chosen is not simply to be honored. It is to be entrusted with responsibility that stretches beyond your own life. The moment you step into authority, the moment the oil flows publicly and the mantle rests upon your shoulders, you begin to feel the weight of the crown. This weight is not punishment, it is proof. It testifies that you are no longer wandering aimlessly, no longer hidden in shadows, no longer simply surviving. You have been entrusted with influence, with destiny, with responsibility. The crown marks you as one who leads, one who carries light, one whose very presence disrupts darkness. Yet the crown is not made of gold alone, it is forged of trials, tears, perseverance, and obedience. Every night you endured in silence, every test you passed in hidden places, every rejection you survived, these have all been woven into the band that now rests upon your head. The crown you carry is not ornamental, it is living testimony. The ancient words recorded in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12 declare, "Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him." Beloved, this crown is not only future, it begins now. You are already carrying life where others carry despair, light where others stumble in shadow, truth where others live in deception. But with this crown comes the weight of stewardship. You are called not only to wear it, but to bear it faithfully. The crown means you will stand out. You can no longer hide. People will look to you, some with admiration, some with envy, some with opposition. The crown attracts both celebration and attack. But do not shrink back from visibility. The crown is not about attention, it is about mission. You are visible because your assignment is visible. Beloved, hear this. The weight of the crown is not meant to crush you, but to anchor you. It grounds you, reminding you daily that you cannot lean on your own strength. It keeps you humble, aware that the glory you carry is not your own, but a reflection of the one who chose you. Think of Solomon, who asked not for riches but for wisdom. Knowing the weight of the crown required more than wealth, it required discernment. Think of Esther, who wore her crown not for luxury but for intercession, risking her life to save her people. Think of Paul, who spoke of pressing forward toward the prize, aware that the crown was both reward and responsibility. Chosen one. You are now in that company. The weight you feel is not weakness, it is confirmation. Heaven would not place this mantle on you if you could not carry it. Every season of breaking prepared you for this. Every battle of faith equipped you. Every hidden moment of obedience built the shoulders strong enough for this crown. And now, I speak to you plainly. Do not walk this journey alone. Stay connected. Remain anchored. And continue to draw strength from words like these. If this message stirs your spirit, like it not for vanity, but to testify that you are embracing the weight of your crown, share it, so that others carrying their own hidden crowns will find strength in knowing they are not alone. Subscribe, not out of habit, but to remain in the stream of guidance heaven is pouring into your life. These small actions are stones laid into an altar, a reminder that you are committed to walking this path faithfully. Beloved, crowns are not given cheaply. The world chases symbols of power, but the chosen are entrusted with true authority. And authority is not about domination, it is about service. The weight of the crown bends your head, not in shame, but in humility. It reminds you that leadership means sacrifice, that influence means responsibility, that glory means service. You will feel the weight in relationships because you can no longer walk in compromise. You will feel the weight in decisions because your choices ripple far beyond you. You will feel the weight in spiritual battles because your prayers shake atmospheres for others, not just for yourself. But with the weight comes wonder. With the responsibility comes reward. With the cost comes crown. You will see lives transformed because you carried the weight. You will watch chains break because you prayed under the burden. You will hear testimonies that remind you that every tear, every trial, every sacrifice was worth it. Beloved chosen one, never forget, the crown is not the end, it is the beginning. You are crowned not to rest, but to reign. And reigning does not mean domination. It means carrying authority with compassion, wisdom, and courage. It means standing when others fall, lifting when others are crushed, speaking when others are silenced. So lift your head, even under the weight. Straighten your shoulders, even when they tremble. Step forward, even when the path feels heavy. You are not carrying this crown alone. Heaven strengthens you. Angels surround you, and the Spirit empowers you. This is your moment to shine, not for your own glory, but as living testimony that God crowns the faithful. Wear it with honor, carry it with humility, live it with courage, and let the world see that the crown of life is real, weighty, and unstoppable. Chosen one. Now, the battlefield shifts. You are not only walking into seasons of blessing, you are also standing in the heat of war. To carry light is to draw attention from darkness. To wear a crown is to become a target. The moment you stepped forward with purpose, the enemy noticed. But do not be shaken. Every battle you face is not proof that you are weak. It is proof that you are dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. This war is not fought with weapons of flesh and blood. It is fought in spirit, in prayer, in worship, in declaration. The battlefield is your mind, your heart, your atmosphere. The enemy throws darts of doubt, whispers of fear, chains of temptation. But none of these can stand against a warrior clothed in truth. You are not merely surviving attacks, you are overturning them. You are not simply withstanding storms, you are commanding them to cease. The battle intensifies in your mind, where lies attempt to masquerade as truth. The enemy plants thoughts of inadequacy, whispers of condemnation, shadows of fear. Yet you must recognize, not every voice deserves a hearing. The moment you answer with scripture, the moment you counter with truth, the stronghold crumbles. Your mind becomes not a battlefield of torment, but a sanctuary of clarity where the light of God reigns in your heart. The conflict rages between hope and despair. Circumstances may tempt you to give in, to settle, to surrender dreams too heavy to carry. But the Spirit whispers within, guard your heart, for out of it flow the issues of life. This is why you cannot allow bitterness or hopelessness to linger. Your guarded heart becomes a fortress of endurance, pulsing with faith, even when everything external looks impossible. The atmosphere around you is also contested. Environments carry weight, words spoken in anger, actions birthed in fear, atmospheres polluted by negativity. Yet you are not helpless. Your worship shifts the air. Your prayer clears the fog. Your declaration cuts through heaviness like a sword. Wherever you step, you carry authority to set the tone. Darkness cannot thrive in spaces where a chosen one lifts their voice in praise and truth. And in all these dimensions, mind, heart, atmosphere, you are not only defending, you are advancing. The enemy wants you to believe that you are barely surviving. Yet every battle won expands your territory. Each time you resist temptation, you claim new ground. Each prayer uttered in faith drives back the shadows further. Each stand you take establishes heaven's presence more firmly in the earth. You are not just a soldier, you are a conqueror. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 11, "Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Beloved, this is not a suggestion, it is a command. Daily, you are called to armor up, truth around your waist, righteousness guarding your chest, peace guiding your steps, faith shielding your path, salvation covering your mind, the word cutting through lies like a sword." This armor is not metaphorical, it is practical. Every time you declare truth, every time you choose righteousness, every time you walk in peace instead of conflict, you are wielding weapons heaven has forged for you. Understand this: the enemy does not waste resources. He does not attack those who pose no threat. The fact that you feel resistance is proof that your life carries impact. He knows what you will do when fully awakened, and so he strikes early, hoping to weary you before you realize your strength. But his attacks, though fierce, are illimited. He cannot touch what God has sealed. He cannot destroy what heaven has crowned. He cannot curse what the Lord has already blessed. Beloved, every battle has a purpose. Resistance builds strength. Warfare teaches strategy. Opposition clarifies identity. Without battles, you would not learn the depth of your own authority. Without enemies, you would not discover the weight of your own anointing. Without conflict, you would not realize the power already placed in your hands. Do not fear the battle. Embrace it. It is shaping you into a warrior. Not just a witness, it is making you unshakable, unstoppable, unbreakable. The more you fight, the more you realize that victory is not just possible, it is promised. Think of David, who faced lions and bears in the wilderness before confronting Goliath. Every private battle prepared him for the public one. Think of Gideon, trembling in weakness, yet called a mighty man of valor, leading an army reduced to 300 so that God's strength would shine. Think of Jesus, who endured temptation in the wilderness and walked out empowered, ready to dismantle the works of darkness. Beloved chosen one, your battles are not random, they are rehearsals for destiny. Every dart that misses, every storm that passes, every temptation you resist is building within you the confidence of one who knows they are already victorious. And in this holy moment, I invite you to do something prophetic. Write these words in the comments. I will stand. Just 3 words. Yet a declaration that shakes the unseen realm. By writing it, you are saying to heaven and to hell alike, I refuse to bow to fear. I refuse to surrender to despair. I refuse to quit. I will stand. Do not underestimate this act. Simple words, when spoken or written in faith, carry the weight of eternity. They are not empty, they are binding. When you declare, I will stand, you are aligning with the promise of God that says no weapon formed against you shall prosper. You are taking your place on the battlefield, not as a victim, but as a victor. Beloved, lift your eyes. The battle may rage, but you are not fighting alone. Angels surround you. The Spirit strengthens you. The Word guides you, and your victory is already written. Every arrow will fall. Every chain will break. Every storm will cease. You will not only endure, you will overcome. So stand boldly. Speak fearlessly. Pray relentlessly. Worship passionately. The battlefield is real, but so is your authority. You are not merely chosen to wear a crown, you are chosen to wield a sword. And the moment you declare, I will stand, the enemy trembles, for he knows your position is secure, your victory assured, your destiny unstoppable. Beloved chosen one, let this truth echo in your spirit. The war you face is not proof of weakness, but of worth. You are fought because you are feared. You are resisted because you are rising. You are opposed because you are anointed. And nothing, no weapon, no curse, no lie can remove the crown placed on your head or the fire burning in your heart. Stand, chosen one. The battle is fierce, but the glory is greater. Your story will not be that you were defeated, but that you stood, fought, and triumphed by the power of the one who called you, chosen one. Beyond the noise of battle and the weight of crowns lies something even greater: inheritance. This is not an inheritance of silver or gold, not property that time can erode or thieves can steal. This is a spiritual inheritance, one written into your identity long before you knew your name. It is the portion set aside for you as one marked by heaven, a heritage of glory and purpose that cannot be revoked. Inheritance is not merely about what you will one day receive, it is about what you already carry. It flows through your veins like unseen fire, waiting for appointed seasons to reveal itself. Every chosen one bears within them treasures prepared by God, gifts, callings, authority, and promises that are awakened through obedience. You are not empty-handed. Even when you feel small, heaven sees you as one who holds much. The voice of God spoke through the psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 16, verse 6. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. Beloved, take this in, your lines, your boundaries. Your portion have been marked out with care. Even when life seemed unfair, even when losses piled up, even when others appeared to prosper while you lagged behind, heaven's design never wavered. Your heritage is secure. What is yours cannot be stolen. What is promised cannot be erased. And what has been ordained cannot be denied. Think of Israel, given an inheritance of land flowing with milk and honey. Though they wandered in wilderness, though they faced giants, though they doubted at times, the promise never expired. It waited for their faith to catch up with God's faithfulness. In the same way, your inheritance waits, not in uncertainty, but in assurance, longing for you to step into it fully. Inheritance often looks like destiny disguised. A skill you thought was random becomes a tool for breakthrough. A wound you thought was wasted becomes a testimony that heals others. A relationship you thought was ordinary becomes a bridge to greater purpose. Heaven weaves all of it into your heritage, ensuring nothing is wasted. Beloved, recognize this truth. Your inheritance is not just personal, it is generational. The choices you make ripple forward. Your obedience today lays groundwork for tomorrow's blessing. Your faith opens doors for descendants you may never meet. This is the weight of inheritance. It multiplies beyond your lifetime. What you cultivate now becomes the foundation for generations. That is why the enemy fights you so fiercely. His attacks are not only about stopping you, they are about silencing what flows through you. He knows that if you fully embrace your inheritance, your children will inherit freedom, not chains. He knows that if you step boldly into destiny, the ripple of your life will shake his dominion for decades to come. Yet he cannot steal what heaven has written. He cannot touch what is sealed in divine covenant. Your inheritance is untouchable, even if delayed. The only danger is that you might forfeit it through fear, distraction, or compromise. This is why you must hold fast. This is why you must stay awake. This is why you must keep walking even when the way seems unclear. Chosen one. Your inheritance includes authority to speak life where death ruled, authority to command peace where chaos reigned, authority to declare hope where despair lingered. This authority is not arrogance, it is alignment. It is the recognition that you are heir to a kingdom unshakable, and you walk not in your own strength, but in the power of the one who chose you. Your inheritance also includes abundance. not always in riches that fade, but in provision that never runs dry, like manna in the desert, like oil that never ceased for the widow, like baskets of bread left over after the feeding of thousands. Your portion is more than enough. When you live in inheritance, scarcity loses its grip. You begin to walk with open hands, trusting that what flows out will always be replenished. It also includes intimacy. Abuva alelse. Your greatest inheritance is the presence of God Himself. To walk with Him, to hear His voice, to feel His nearness, that is, wealth beyond calculation. No crown, no treasure, no earthly reward compares to the inheritance of His presence. It is the pearl of great price, the treasure hidden in a field worth selling everything else to obtain. Beloved chosen one, lift your eyes to see your portion. Do not measure your life by what you lack, measure it by what you carry. Do not envy the inheritance of others, you have your own, marked out in pleasant places. Do not despise small beginnings, your heritage is unfolding, piece by piece, until the fullness shines forth. And remember, inheritance is not passive. It must be claimed, guarded, and walked in. A deed to land is worthless if the land is never stepped upon. A crown remains symbolic if never worn. A promise remains words until you live as though it is true. Step into your inheritance boldly. Claim it with faith. Protect it with obedience. Live it with confidence. Beloved, your heritage is good. Your portion is secure. Your inheritance is eternal. Let this truth anchor you in seasons of doubt. Let it strengthen you in seasons of trial. Let it propel you in seasons of opportunity. You are not empty. You are heir. You are not forsaken. You are favored. You are not wandering. You are walking in boundaries Heaven Himself has drawn. And when the world looks at you, they may see only an ordinary life. But heaven sees a lineage of glory, an heir of promise, a vessel of eternal inheritance. You are chosen, not just to receive, but to carry forward the heritage of light. Until generations to come, walk in the abundance of what you dared to believe. Chosen one, there is a rhythm to heaven's work in your life, seasons of planting, seasons of watering, and seasons of reaping. You have known the weight of waiting, the ache of delay, the wilderness of silence. Yet none of these were wasted. Each moment has been leading you toward the inevitable unveiling, the moment when what was sown in tears will be reaped in joy. This is the law of spiritual harvest. What is planted in faith must bear fruit in its time. Harvest is not accidental. It is not luck. It is the result of seeds, labor, faith, and perseverance. Many give up just before the fields are ready, abandoning the work when the soil still looks barren. But those who remain faithful, those who refuse to quit, those who keep watering when the ground looks dry, they are the ones who step into fullness. Beloved, harvest also teaches humility. When fruit finally appears, it is easy to forget the invisible hands that watered the ground, the grace that sustained you, the mercy that shielded you. Abundance can tempt hearts to pride, but true harvesters know every stalk, every grain, every blessing is the result of heaven's faithfulness. The same God who brought rain, who guarded seeds in the soil, who gave strength to endure seasons of waiting, is the God who now fills your hands. Gratitude keeps your heart soft, so your abundance remains pure. And beyond humility. Harvest requires generosity. Fruit that is hoarded spoils, but fruit that is shared multiplies. What you receive is not meant for you alone, it is provision for those around you. Your joy becomes contagious. Your breakthrough becomes a pathway. Your abundance becomes sustenance for others still in waiting. This is the beauty of kingdom harvest. It is never about one field, but about many. When you give freely from your abundance, heaven entrusts you with even more, knowing you will distribute it with wisdom and compassion. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not, beloved." This verse carries both comfort and challenge. Comfort, because it promises that your labor is not in vain. Challenge, because it reminds you that fainting, quitting, or giving up too soon forfeits the harvest. Your season is secure, but your perseverance determines whether you see it. Think of the farmer, rising early and tending the soil day after day. He does not see immediate results, yet he trusts the process. Rain falls, sun shines, roots die deep, and in hidden places growth happens. Then, suddenly, a sprout emerges, and in time the fields are filled with abundance. So it is with you, chosen one. Much has been happening underground, unseen to your eyes, but not to heaven. You have sown prayers whispered through tears. You have planted acts of obedience that no one else noticed. You have watered the ground with faith, even when evidence mocked you, and heaven has been watching, recording, multiplying. The field of your life is pregnant with promise, and the time of harvest approaches. But here is the mystery. Harvest is not only for you. The fruit of your labor feeds others. Your prayers sustain lives you may never meet. Your sacrifices create opportunities for those who come after you. Your obedience becomes bread for the hungry, water for the thirsty, hope for the hopeless. That is why the harvest is sacred. It is bigger than your own reward. Beloved, harvest also requires discernment. Not every field is yours to reap, and not every fruit is ready to gather. To rush the process is to gather immature fruit. To linger too long is to let abundance rot. You must listen closely to the Spirit, who whispers, "Now is the time. Here is the field. This is your portion." 11. Consider Ruth, who gleaned in the fields of Boaz. What seemed like mere survival became the doorway to destiny. She gathered what was left behind. Yet that humble obedience positioned her for inheritance. So too will your harvest surprise you. What begins as small provision may unfold into generational blessing. Do not despise the form in which the harvest arrives. It may not look like what you imagined, but it will carry what you need. Sometimes harvest comes in opportunities, sometimes in relationships, sometimes in wisdom, sometimes in peace. Heaven gives not always what you desire, but always what fulfills destiny. Beloved, remember also that harvest is not the end, it is the continuation of cycles. What you reap, you must also steward. Fruit left unattended rots. Abundance without gratitude spoils. Blessing without humility corrupts. Your role does not end when the harvest arrives. It deepens. You become not only a receiver, but a manager. Not only a gatherer, but a distributor. This is why the enemy tries to weary you before the harvest. He whispers that your labor is useless, your prayers unheard, your sacrifices forgotten. He wants you to faint, to walk away before the fields are ripe. But you must resist. Every act of faith pushes you closer to the moment when fullness breaks forth. Below the chosen one, imagine standing in fields golden with grain, fruit heavy on the branches, abundance stretching as far as the eye can see. That is the vision heaven holds over your life. And when the season arrives, you will gather with joy, remembering the days of scarcity and realizing they were only preparation. So hold steady, keep solving, keep watering, keep believing. The ground may still look dry, but underneath, roots are strengthening. The horizon may look empty, but clouds are forming. The harvest is not a question of if, it is only a question of when. And when it comes, you will not reap alone. Others will gather with you, celebrating, testifying, rejoicing. Your story will become their encouragement, your fields, their provision, your abundance, their blessing. For harvest is never private, it is always multiplied. Beloved, let this truth steady you. You are on the brink of reaping what you have sown. Do not faint. Do not retreat. Do not abandon the field. Your season is coming, and when it arrives, it will overflow with joy beyond what you imagined. Chosen one, as the story of your journey unfolds, you are beginning to realize that destiny is not only about walking forward, it is also about recognizing the signs heaven places along your path. These signs come in whispers, in visions, in confirmations through people and circumstances, and often they appear in numbers that repeat like steady drumbeats from eternity. Heaven uses numbers as markers of alignment, windows of grace, and reminders that your life is ordered with precision. Have you noticed it? The same number appearing on clocks when you wake, on receipts when you pay, on messages that arrive at just the right time. These moments are not accidents. They are divine reminders that your steps are measured, that your times are not random, and that heaven is closer than you realize. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8. I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it, for thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. Beloved, numbers often align with open doors. When heaven wants you to know that breakthrough is near, it highlights the same patterns again and again, until even your natural mind cannot ignore them. The repeating digits become echoes of a spiritual reality. The doors that matter are not shut. The opportunities that align with your purpose cannot be stolen, and the path set before you is secure. Chosen one, understand this. Numbers are not superstitions. They are not random curiosities. They are reminders of a language older than time. A way for heaven to break into your day with reassurance and clarity. Just as the heavens declare the glory of God through stars and seasons, so too do numbers declare His order in your life. Consider how often numbers carried meaning in Scripture. 12 tribes, 12 apostles, 12 gates, 7 days of creation, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 40 days of rain, 40 years of wandering, 40 days of testing. These numbers were never filler. They were prophecy embedded in the fabric of history. And the same God who spoke through numbers then still speaks through them now. Beloved, today heaven draws your attention to a prophetic number of alignment and divine fullness, 999. This is not just a sequence of digits, it is a declaration. 9 is the number of completion, and when tripled, it shouts that something has ended, something is finished, and something new is about to be born. I invite you, in this sacred moment, to comment the prophetic number 999. By doing so, you are declaring, I agree with heaven's order. I release what has ended. I step boldly into the new. It is not merely typing, it is a prophetic act, sealing what the Spirit is stirring in your soul, even now. Do not dismiss the power of this. When you write 999, you align your spirit with heaven's rhythm. You announce to unseen realms that you are ready for the shift, ready for the new chapter, ready to release what no longer serves your destiny. Your declaration is not empty, it is authority. Beloved, numbers like 999 remind you that delays are not denials, they are transitions. What feels like endings in your life are often doorways. What seems like loss is often the clearing of space for abundance. When something closes, heaven is not robbing you, it is preparing you. The number of completion declares that cycles of pain, confusion, and wandering are finished. What lies ahead is clarity, alignment, and breakthrough. You may feel weary, wondering if the long seasons of struggle have any meaning, but the repeating numbers whisper back, yes, this chapter is over. Yes, the waiting has purpose. Yes, the breakthrough is real. Heaven never leaves you without confirmation. And numbers are one of its clearest languages. Chosen one. Let me speak this plainly. You are stepping out of what was and into what is. The end of one cycle is the birth of another. Numbers like 999 do not only reassure you, they mark you. They remind you that time is not your enemy. Time is a servant of destiny, bending to the will of the one who authored your days before you took your first breath. So pay attention. Watch for patterns. Listen when digits repeat. Do not fear them. Do not dismiss them. They are not there to confuse you, but to comfort you. Each number is a reminder that heaven is closer than the air you breathe, orchestrating, aligning, and confirming. Beloved chosen one, rejoice in this truth. Your story is not random. Your steps are numbered. Your days are written. Your times are secure. Even the smallest details, down to the numbers on a page or a clock, testify that you are guided, guarded, and grounded in purpose. So, lift your head. Release the old. Embrace the new. Declare your alignment by writing 999 and let it echo as both testimony and prophecy. This cycle is complete. My new chapter begins now. 1. Chosen one. There are times when heaven draws you away from the noise of the crowd into the quiet of solitude. This is not rejection, it is refinement. It is not punishment, it is preparation. In the hidden place, away from applause and criticism, God forges character, purifies motives, and strengthens faith. What feels like isolation is often incubation, the sacred environment where destiny takes shape before it is revealed. You may feel unseen in this season, You may wonder if your prayers echo into empty air, if your sacrifices go unnoticed, if your journey matters at all. But take heart, heaven sees what man does not. The hidden place is where giants are slain before they ever appear in public. It is where the roots of your calling grow deep enough to sustain the fruit that will one day be seen. The psalmist declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 1, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." Beloved, the secret place is not lonely, it is holy. It is where shadows of fear are replaced by the shadow of the Almighty. It is where wounds are healed, vision is sharpened, and power is imparted. While the world values visibility, heaven values intimacy. While others crave platforms, heaven craves purity. That is why the hidden place is so vital. It protects you from building on charisma instead of character. Think of Moses, hidden for 40 years in the wilderness before returning to Egypt with fire in his bones. Think of Joseph, hidden in prison before stepping into the palace. Think of David, hidden in fields with sheep before being crowned king. The hidden place was not a detour, it was the training ground. Without it, their crowns would have crushed them. With it, they carried their mantles with authority. Beloved, chosen one, embrace this hiddenness. Do not despise it. In silence, God is speaking. In stillness, He is shaping. In obscurity, He is preparing. You may feel like no one notices you, but heaven is recording every act of obedience, every whispered prayer, every private surrender. And in due time, what has been cultivated in secret will burst forth for all to see. And let me speak plainly, if these words stir your spirit, I encourage you to act. Like this message as a declaration that you will embrace the hidden season without resentment. Share it. For others walking through silence also need to know they are not forgotten. Subscribe, so you remain connected to these streams of encouragement and truth that sustain your walk. These are not casual clicks. They are small but significant acts of agreement with heaven's process in your life. Beloved, the hidden place is also where intimacy deepens. It is in these quiet seasons that you learn to recognize the whisper of God's voice, without distraction, without the noise of the crowd. You begin to discern the difference between fear and faith, between temptation and truth, between your own desires and the Spirit's leading. This intimacy will become your anchor in seasons when storms rage and crowds press. It is also where healing takes place. Wounds you carried from betrayal, rejection, or loss are tenderly mended in the secret place. There, God speaks words over you that no human could. He reminds you of your worth, restores your confidence, and renews your strength. By the time you step into visibility, scars remain, but they shine as testimonies, not as open wounds. Beloved, do not mistake hiddenness for uselessness. The seed buried in soil looks invisible, but it is alive, stretching roots deep into the unseen. In the same way, your hidden season is where roots of faith, humility, and endurance grow strong. When the moment comes for you to bloom, your foundation will hold. This hidden place also protects you. Visibility attracts not only admiration, but attack. By keeping you hidden for a season, heaven shields you from wars, You are not yet ready to fight. It is mercy, not delay. It is love, not neglect. And when the covering lifts, it will be because you are fully equipped for the assignment. Chosen one. Many cannot endure hidden seasons. They crave recognition too soon, demand crowns before their time, and rush into visibility without depth. But you are different. You are chosen not only to shine, but to last. And lasting requires roots. That is why heaven keeps you close, quiet, and unseen. For now, remember, Jesus himself lived 30 years hidden, preparing for 3 years that changed eternity. If the Son of God embraced hiddenness, how much more should we? You are in good company. Beloved, do not resent it, rejoice in it, and when the time of unveiling comes, it will be undeniable. What was whispered in the hidden place will be shouted from rooftops. What was cultivated in silence will blossom in abundance. What was formed in obscurity will impact nations. People will wonder how you rose so suddenly, not realizing the years of preparation that came before, but you will know it was the hidden place, the shadow of the Almighty, that prepared you for everything. So, rest, beloved chosen one. Trust the silence. Honor the process. The hidden place is not your prison, it is your preparation. Soon, the doors will open, the mantle will be revealed, and the glory will shine. Until then, dwell under his shadow, where strength is renewed and destiny is shaped. Chosen one. There comes a moment when all the waiting, all the battles, all the preparation converge into a single truth. You are ready to rise. The shaking you endured was not to destroy you, but to strengthen you. The silence you walked through was not to punish you, but to sharpen your ears to heaven's whisper. The rejection you felt was not abandonment, but redirection. And now, you stand on the edge of a season where your obedience becomes the key that unlocks doors no man can shut. This rising, however, is not automatic. It requires agreement. It requires a decision deep within your spirit that no matter what comes, you will not bow to fear. You will not surrender to discouragement. You will not retreat into compromise. You must choose to rise. Scripture says in the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 8, "Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy, when I fall. I shall arise when I sit in darkness. The Lord shall be a light unto me." Beloved, let these words resound in your heart. Falling does not disqualify you, staying down does. Darkness does not end you, remaining blind does. The chosen always rise, not by their own power, but by the light of the Lord who lifts them. You have stumbled. Yes. You have faced valleys. Yes. But your story is not finished. Rising is your portion. Every chosen one must make this declaration, not silently, but boldly. That is why I ask you now, write these words in the comments. I rise now. 3 simple words. Yet when spoken or written in faith, they reverberate through heaven and hell alike. By declaring this, you are saying, I refuse to be defined by my past. I refuse to be chained by fear. I refuse to stay hidden when God has called me into light. Then, do not dismiss this act as small. Prophetic declarations carry weight. They shift atmospheres. They break chains. They release courage. When you write, "I rise now," you are sealing your decision in action, giving voice to what your heart already knows is true. It is a step of agreement, and agreement with heaven multiplies power. Beloved, rising is not always dramatic. Sometimes it looks like getting out of bed one more day, praying one more time, forgiving one more person, showing up one more time when you feel weary. Rising is not always about leaping, it is about refusing to quit. Each small step becomes a defiance of darkness and a declaration of destiny. Think of Peter, who denied Christ 3 times, broken by his own failure. Yet he rose again, restored by love, and became a pillar of the early church. Think of Hannah, who prayed in anguish year after year, mocked by others, yet rose in faith until her womb opened in miracle. Think of Job, stripped of everything, yet declaring, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust him," and rising into double restoration. So too with you. Beloved, your rising is not hindered by your falls. In fact, your falls become the soil from which your testimony grows. Every time you rise, your story strengthens. Every time you rise, your light shines brighter. Every time you rise, the enemy loses ground. Rising also means reclaiming your voice. Silence has been a weapon used against you. Circumstances tried to mute you. Fear tried to silence you. Shame tried to bury you. But your voice carries authority, and it cannot remain hidden. Rising means speaking again, declaring again, worshipping again, prophesying again. Your words break chains, not just for you, but for those around you. Beloved, rising means refusing to settle for shadows when light is available. It means refusing to settle for comfort when calling beckons. It means stepping boldly into spaces where others hesitate, because you know your presence carries heaven's weight. Rising is not arrogance, it is obedience. It is saying yes to the mantle already placed on your life. Do not underestimate what happens when you rise. Families shift. Communities shift. Atmospheres shift. What once seemed unmovable begins to crumble. Darkness trembles at the sound of your rising because it knows you carry the authority of heaven. And yes, rising will cost you. It will cost you the comfort of silence. It will cost you the ease of blending in. It will cost you the illusion of safety and compromise. But what you gain is far greater freedom, authority, clarity, joy, and the unshakable assurance that you are walking in the fullness of your destiny, below the chosen one. Let this truth sink deeply. Rising is not optional, it is inevitable. You were not created to remain in ashes. You were not designed to be hidden forever. You were not destined to bow to defeat. You were chosen to rise, again and again, until your life becomes a living testimony of resurrection power. So today, decide. Today, declare. Today, rise. Heaven waits for your agreement. And when you align with it, nothing can stop you. Not the weight of your past, not the opinions of others, not the schemes of the enemy. When God says, rise, every force against you loses its grip. Chosen one, lift your head, straighten your shoulders, breathe deep, say it with boldness, I rise now, and watch as the light of the Lord floods every shadow, lifting you higher than you thought possible. Chosen one, There is a depth to silence that few are willing to enter. But those who do find treasures hidden beneath the surface, you have learned that not every season is about movement. Not every chapter is about noise. Not every step is about visibility. Some seasons are about stillness, about cultivating an inner life so deep that no storm can uproot it. This is the power of inner strength, the kind that is not shaken by circumstance, not swayed by opinion, not destroyed by loss. Strength is not measured in how loudly you fight, but in how steadily you endure. It is found not only in victories, but in perseverance. It is displayed not only in triumphs, but in resilience. The world admires outward power, but heaven values inward strength, the kind forged in secret battles, in quiet obedience, in unseen perseverance. The ancient words recorded in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31, declare, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run, and not be weary, and they shall walk, and not faint." Beloved, this promise is not poetic, it is practical. Waiting is not weakness, it is warfare. To wait upon the Lord is to anchor yourself so deeply in His presence that even when nothing shifts outside, everything strengthens inside. Renewal comes not through striving, but through surrender. And when it comes, it transforms you into one who can soar, run, and walk without collapse. Consider Joseph, unjustly imprisoned for years. Outwardly, he looked powerless. Inwardly, he was unshakable. His strength grew not in palaces, but in prisons. By the time his season of unveiling arrived, he carried wisdom and authority that no quick success could have produced. His inner life sustained his outer calling. Think of Daniel, kneeling in prayer despite threats of lions' dens. His strength was not in political influence, but in spiritual consistency. The lions could not devour him because his inner life was already conquered by devotion. His strength was quiet, but unbreakable. So too must your strength be, beloved chosen one. It must be rooted deeper than applause, anchored stronger than circumstances, sustained longer than seasons. Outward blessings may come and go, but inner strength keeps you steady through every change. This strength is tested in valleys, when prayers seem unanswered. Do you trust when doors close? Do you persist when people walk away? Do you still stand? Each test is not designed to crush you, but to reveal to you the depth already planted within you. Strength is not revealed in sunshine, but in storms. Beloved, cultivating inner strength requires discipline. It means turning down noise so you can hear the still, small voice. It means choosing faith when feelings scream otherwise. It means continuing the work even when no one applauds. Strength is built in repetition, in the daily choice to remain faithful when quitting would be easier. But here is the beauty. You do not cultivate this strength alone. The Spirit Himself dwells within you, renewing, empowering, sustaining. You are not merely drawing from your own well, you are connected to the living waters that never run dry. When you feel empty, He fills. When you feel weak, He strengthens. When you feel weary, He renews. Beloved chosen one, let this sink deep. Your strength does not come from what you see, but from who you serve. The world measures strength in numbers, wealth, influence. Heaven measures strength in faith, endurance, surrender. Your unseen victories in prayer carry more weight than public displays of power. There will be moments when people underestimate you, when they look at your quietness and assume weakness. Do not waste energy defending yourself. Let your endurance speak. Let your resilience testify. In time, the fruit of your inner strength will silence every doubt. Chosen one. Strength also means vulnerability. To admit your weakness is not to lose strength, it is to invite greater strength. Paul declared that when he was weak, then he was strong. For the power of God rested upon him. True strength is not pretending to be invincible, but allowing God to fill the cracks of your humanity with his divinity. Your inner life is your fortress. Guard it. Do not let bitterness poison it, fear cripple it, or pride distort it. Feed it with truth. Water it with prayer. Shelter it with worship. For what grows within you will eventually manifest around you. If you cultivate peace inside, you will carry peace outside. If you nurture faith inside, you will walk in boldness outside. Beloved, imagine yourself as a tree. Outwardly, seasons change, leaves fall, branches bend. But inwardly, roots die deep, unseen yet vital. When storms rage, roots hold firm. When drought comes, roots draw from hidden streams. So it is with you. The roots of your inner strength determine the endurance of your destiny. Do not envy those who rise quickly but shallowly. Their roots may not hold when storms arrive. Do not despise your slow, quiet growth. Roots are unseen for a reason. They are not wasted years. They are necessary years. Without them, fruit would never last. Beloved chosen one. Inner strength also prepares you for greater battles. Small tests today are training for larger victories tomorrow. Every moment you endure, every temptation you resist, every trial you overcome is adding weight to your spirit. You may not see the accumulation, but heaven does. You are being forged into an unshakable warrior, one whose very presence shifts atmospheres. And when you emerge, it will not be with arrogance, but with humility. You will not boast of your own strength, for you will know where it came from. You will point to the one who renewed you again and again, and your testimony will strengthen countless others still walking their valleys. So, beloved, hold steady. Do not despise the hidden place where strength is forged. Do not resent the slow seasons where endurance is cultivated. Do not fear the storms that reveal your resilience. You are stronger than you know, not because of who you are alone, but because of who dwells within you. And when the world wonders how you stand, how you endure, how you rise again and again, you will smile, not with pride, but with peace, and say, "It was not me. It was the strength of the Lord." Oh, chosen one. Destiny does not unfold without resistance. Every door of promise has a threshold that must be crossed. And often that threshold is guarded by giants. Giants represent the obstacles that appear larger than your strength, louder than your confidence, and stronger than your resources. They stand in the path not to prove that you are powerless, but to reveal that your power comes from a source far greater than yourself. Do not think it strange that giants appear when you are closest to breakthrough. Israel saw giants in the land of Canaan, not in the wilderness. Giants guard promised places, because once you step into them, the enemy loses his ground forever. Opposition intensifies right before inheritance. because darkness knows that once you cross, there is no going back. It is written in the first book of Samuel, chapter 17, verse 47, "And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hands." These were the words of David, a shepherd boy who stood before Goliath, armed not with armor, but with faith. To the natural eye, he looked unprepared, even foolish. But in reality, he was perfectly positioned, for his confidence rested not in himself, but in the Lord. His stone was small, but his faith was immense, and that was enough. Beloved, your giants may not carry swords or shields, but they roar just the same. They may come as fear, whispering that you are unworthy. They may come as doubt, convincing you that your prayers are wasted. They may come as delay, stretching your patience until it frays. They may come as opposition, people or systems resisting your progress. Yet every giant is destined to fall when faced with unshakable faith. The lesson of giants is not about size, it is about perspective. The spies who scouted the promised land saw themselves as grasshoppers in the face of giants. Their small view of themselves caused them to retreat. But Joshua and Caleb saw differently. They declared that if the Lord was with them, the giants were bred for them. The difference was not the size of the enemy, but the strength of their faith. Beloved chosen one, you too must decide. Will you see yourself as a grasshopper or as a warrior? Will you cower before giants or confront them in the confidence of heaven? Giants are not indicators of defeat. They are invitations to victory. They are opportunities for God to demonstrate his power through you. Think also of how giants test your endurance. Goliath did not shout once. He taunted Israel day after day, morning and evening, hoping that repetition would wear them down. So too, your giants may persist. They may not fall at the first prayer, the first attempt, the first declaration, but persistence wears down opposition. Faith that refuses to quit becomes a force giants cannot withstand. Beloved, understand this truth. Every giant is temporary. They may look immovable, but they are not eternal. Their noise is loud, but it is hollow. Their threats are fierce, but they are fragile when struck by divine power. The very presence of giants in your life is proof that you are close to inheritance, for the enemy does not waste energy guarding empty ground. Do not face your giants alone. Call upon the presence of the Lord, for the battle is his. Your role is obedience. His role is victory. Lift your eyes from the size of your enemy to the greatness of your God. As you, though, fear shrinks, courage recesses, and faith sharpens. Beloved chosen one, giants also reveal what is inside you. They bring to the surface courage you did not know you carried, resilience you did not know you possessed, faith you did not know was alive within you. Without giants, you would never know the depth of your own strength. Without opposition, you would never discover the power of God's Spirit working through you. So do not resent the giants. Face them. Speak to them. Run toward them with confidence. As David did. Every giant that falls becomes a testimony. Every obstacle that crumbles becomes a stepping stone. Every roar silenced becomes a song of praise on your lips. Beloved, there are people attached to your victory. Israel's army did not move until David defeated Goliath. Once the giant fell, courage spread like fire. and the nation advanced. In the same way, your victory will ignite courage in others. Your testimony will remind them that giants are not unbeatable, that fear is not invincible, that opposition is not final. Your rising becomes their rallying cry. This is why heaven allows giants in your path. They are not punishment, they are platforms. They are not signs of weakness, they are signs of imminent glory. And when you look back, you will not remember the terror of their size, you will remember the triumph of their fall. Beloved chosen one, take up your stone, lift your voice, stand in faith. The giant before you is no match for the God within you. This battle is not yours to carry alone, it is the Lord's. And when the dust settles, you will be standing, crown intact, destiny advanced, testimony blazing. So face your giants without fear. They are not as strong as they appear. Their fall is inevitable. Their defeat is certain. And their presence is only confirmation that your promised land lies just beyond. Chosen one, every journey draws nearer to its horizon. You have pressed through deserts, battled giants, endured silence, carried crowns, and borne the weight of destiny. Yet beyond all of these stands one truth: glory awaits. Not a fleeting glory that fades like applause or riches, but eternal glory, an inheritance untouched by time, uncorrupted by decay, unchallenged by darkness. This is the promise that steadies you in storms and strengthens you in trials, that your story is not ending in ashes, but in radiance. Glory is not only what lies ahead in eternity, it is also what begins now. It shines in your endurance when others quit. It glows in your compassion when others harden. It radiates in your faith when others fall to despair. Glory is the presence of God reflected in human lives, transforming ordinary vessels into luminous testimonies. Beloved, glory also carries responsibility. It is not given for vanity, but for witness. When light shines from your life, it is meant to illuminate paths for others still stumbling in darkness. Your endurance becomes their encouragement. Your breakthroughs become their blueprint. Your faith becomes their fuel. This is why glory cannot be hoarded, it must be shared. When you allow God's presence to radiate through you, others catch the reflection, and whole communities are transformed by the light you bear with humility. Glory is also protection. The more you walk in it, the less the enemy's weapons can harm you. Darkness recoils at true radiance because it cannot comprehend or contain it. This does not mean battles cease, but it does mean they cannot prevail. The shield of glory surrounds you, fortifying your spirit and covering your steps. Beloved chosen one, remember this: every moment you choose faith over fear, you intensify that shield. Every time you endure with hope, you add to the brilliance that guards you and announces to all creation that you are crowned with eternal light. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory." Beloved, do not let the word light deceive you. Affliction does not feel light when you are in it. The nights of tears, the burdens of rejection, the battles of loneliness, they feel heavy. Yet Paul calls them light compared to the glory that follows. He was not minimizing pain, he was magnifying promise against the backdrop of eternity. Even the heaviest of trials Bow before the weight of glory. Glory is the culmination of your journey. Every step of obedience adds to it. Every scar redeemed by grace shines through it. Every season of waiting strengthens it. You may not see the fullness now, but one day you will look back and realize not a single tear was wasted. Not a single battle was meaningless. Not a single loss was unredeemed. All was woven into glory. Think of Stephen, the first martyr, who in his final moments saw the heavens open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. His affliction was brutal, yet glory filled his vision. Think of John, exiled on Patmos, who endured isolation but was caught up into revelations of heaven's throne. Think of Jesus himself, who endured the cross for the joy set before him, knowing glory was on the other side. So it is with you. Beloved, glory is not a distant dream, it is your destiny. The Spirit within you is the deposit, guaranteeing what is to come. Every glimpse of God's presence you taste now is but a foretaste of the fullness awaiting you. The joy you feel in worship, the peace that floods your soul in prayer, the fire that burns in your heart during revelation, all of these are glimpses of glory. Glory also transforms how you see suffering. When you realize trials are working for glory, despair loses its grip. Pain ceases to be meaningless. It becomes the very tool heaven uses to carve weight into your soul, so that you can carry eternal treasure without collapsing. You are not only enduring affliction, you are being prepared for glory. Beloved, chosen one, allow this truth to reframe your journey. Do not resent the valleys, they are shaping glory. Do not despise the deserts, they are birthing glory. Do not fear the battles, they are unlocking glory. Even silence, even hiddenness, even rejection, each carries seeds of glory waiting to bloom. Glory also shines through testimony. When you rise from what should have destroyed you, others see not just resilience, but radiance. Your life becomes a mirror reflecting the goodness of God. This is why your story matters, not to boast in your strength, but to reveal His glory. Every time you speak of His faithfulness, the atmosphere shifts. Every time you live in obedience, light pierces darkness. Glory spreads through you. And here is the mystery. Glory is not only for you, it is shared. Paul writes that creation itself waits for the revealing of the sons and daughters of God. Your glory becomes creation's liberation. When you rise, others rise. When you shine, others see. When you carry glory, environments change. The weight you carry is not private, it is cosmic. Beloved, one day, the fullness will be unveiled. Trumpets will sound. Heavens will open. And what is mortal will be clothed in immortality. On that day, crowns will be placed. Tears will be wiped. And glory will flood every shadow. Until then, you live as a carrier of that future reality, a chosen one who embodies eternity in time. So lift your head. Do not measure your life only by struggles or scars. Measure it by the glory being woven through them. You are not just surviving, you are being transformed into a vessel of eternal radiance. And when the journey is complete, when the final chapter is written, Heaven's verdict will not speak of your failures or your fears. It will speak of glory, the glory of a life surrendered, the glory of a crown received, the glory of a chosen one who walked faithfully until the end. Beloved, chosen one, your afflictions are real. but your glory is greater. Your battles are fierce, but your inheritance is sure. Your journey is costly, but your destiny is radiant. And in the end, it will all be worth it, for the weight of glory outweighs everything. Chosen one. Every path must come to its summit, and every story must reach its final chapter. Not final as in ending, but final as in fulfillment. You have walked through valleys, endured deserts, faced giants, and carried crowns. Now you stand at the threshold of the greatest reality, completion. Not completion as in closure, but completion as in fullness. The moment when what was begun in secret finds its perfect unveiling in glory. Completion is the seal of God's faithfulness. It is the moment where promises are no longer only hoped for, but lived. Where words once whispered in the silence become visible reality. Where every tear, every sacrifice, every act of obedience finds its place in a tapestry far more beautiful than you could have imagined. Completion is not the erasure of struggle, but the redemption of it. The Apostle Paul declared in his letter to the Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this very thing, that he which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. Beloved, hear this assurance. The one who started your story will not abandon it halfway. The author of your journey does not leave sentences unfinished. Every stroke of his pen, every chapter of your life, has purpose, even when pages felt blank, even when chapters seemed dark, even when paragraphs seemed broken. The story was always moving toward fullness. Completion also speaks of rest. For years you have labored, battled, and persevered. But completion brings a holy exhale, the moment where striving ceases because the work is fulfilled. Not that your calling ends, but that the pressure of proving yourself dissolves. You no longer labor for acceptance. You labor from acceptance. You no longer strive for worth. You walk in worth already sealed. Think of creation itself. On the seventh day, God rested, not because he was weary, but because his work was complete. Rest is the fruit of completion. So too will your soul find its Sabbath in the realization that you are whole. You are crowned. You are complete in him. Beloved, chosen one. Completion also requires reflection. Look back and see how far you've come, not to dwell in the pain, but to honor the journey. Remember the nights you thought you would not survive. Remember the deserts you thought would never end. Remember the giants you thought would crush you. Yet, here you stand stronger, deeper, brighter. Completion honors the scars, for they testify not of defeat, but of survival and redemption. Completion is also about passing the torch. Your journey is not only your own, it is part of a greater story. Others will rise because you remained faithful. Others will walk farther because you cleared the ground. Others will believe because you dared to hope. Completion does not isolate you, it multiplies you. Your legacy becomes seed, planted in the soil of future generations. And though this chapter feels like the final one, it is truly only the beginning. Completion here is the launching of eternity. Your crown, your inheritance, your glory, all of it is preparation for the life that never ends. This is why hope cannot die, why faith cannot crumble, why love cannot fail. Because everything you endured here was shaping you for eternal fullness. Beloved, imagine that moment. The veil lifts, the race ends, the fight is finished. A voice resounds, not with condemnation, but with welcome. Well done, good and faithful servant. Not perfect, but faithful. Not flawless, but persevering. Not without scars, but crowned with glory. That is the completion your soul longs for, the fulfillment that makes every sacrifice worth it. So stand now in peace. You do not need to fear unfinished stories. You do not need to dread incomplete dreams. The one who began the good work in you is finishing it. Even now, every thread will tie together. Every fragment will fit. Every mystery will resolve in beauty. Completion is not the end of your light. It is its expansion. Here, your flame burned in one place. There, it will blaze without limit. Here, you carried glimpses of glory. There, you will dwell in its fullness. Here, you walked by faith. There, you will see face to face. Completion is the doorway, and beyond it lies eternity. Below the chosen one. Let this truth steady you. You are not unfinished. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned in the middle of your journey. You are being carried to completion by hands stronger than your weakness, by love deeper than your doubt, by grace greater than your sin. Rest in that assurance. Walk in that confidence. Live in that peace. For your story, your calling, your destiny is not slipping away. It is being completed. Perfectly, gloriously, eternally. Chosen one. If you have journeyed with me through every word, then you know this was not just a script, not just a message, not just another voice in the crowd. This was heaven's reminder that you are not ordinary, not forgotten, not overlooked. You are marked, chosen, refined, tested, and crowned for such a time as this. Every valley you endured, every battle you survived, every tear you shed, none of it was wasted. All of it has prepared you for glory. Look at how far you have come. From the first whisper of calling to the final declaration of completion, you have walked faithfully. You have heard truth that pierced your heart, felt conviction that stirred your spirit, and embraced promises that ignited your hope. Do not let this be a fleeting moment. Let it be a turning point. Let it be the day you say, I step fully into my destiny. End quote. The Word of God in the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, declares, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Beloved, may this also be your declaration, not only at the end of your life, but at the end of this season. You have fought. You are finishing. You are keeping the faith, and heaven smiles upon your perseverance. But now, I ask you something simple yet powerful. If this journey has touched you, if these words have resonated in your spirit, I encourage you, like this message, as a sign that you receive the crown that is yours. Share it, so others walking through valleys and deserts may find the same encouragement you have found here. Comment below, not with empty words, but with your own declaration of faith, your own testimony that says, I choose to walk as God's chosen one, and subscribe, so that this flow of truth and encouragement does not end here, but continues to strengthen you as you keep walking forward. Beloved, these small acts, liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, are not just digital gestures. They are prophetic agreements. They are moments where you align your outward actions with your inward conviction. They are seeds you plant, not only to encourage others, but to remind yourself, I am part of something greater. I am not walking alone. I am one of God's chosen. No, and as you take these steps, remember, your best days are not behind you. They are ahead. The mantle you carry is not fading, it is increasing. The glory you reflect is not dimming, it is intensifying. The crown on your head is not fragile, it is eternal. You were chosen for such a time as this, and nothing, no fear, no doubt, no opposition can take that away. So stand tall, walk boldly, shine brightly, live fully. The world is waiting for the light you carry, and heaven has already declared, you are ready. Beloved chosen one, this is not the end. It is only the beginning.